my sleepy nights. And tonight we have a collection of Soulsborne tales. Ah, hello there, wanderer. You have a keen eye for stories, I see. Come, sit by the fire for a spell. I have a tale that might interest you. One I heard whispered in the shadowed corners of New Londo, when the waters had yet to rise. They speak of a great citadel, hidden away from the turning of ages. A place where death itself bows to ancient magics, and souls are caught in a dance without end. At its heart, they say, burns a throne of living flame, hungry for sacrifice. But this is no fanciful legend, my friend. I've seen the haunted eyes of those who claim to have escaped its depths. They speak of endless corridors, of memories lost and found, of choices that echo through lifetimes. It is not a tale for the faint of heart. But then again, in this dying world of ours, what story truly is? Darkness. Then, a flicker of consciousness. The man's eyes cracked open, immediately assaulted by the stench of decay. Cold, unyielding stone pressed against his back. As his vision adjusted to the gloom, shapes emerged from the shadows. Crumbling pillars, piles of rusted armor, and worst of all, bodies. So many bodies. He tried to swallow, but his throat was parched, coated with dust. How long had he lain there? Hours? Years? In this timeless place? It hardly seemed to matter. Groaning, he pushed himself upright. Every muscle screamed in protest, as if waking from a century-long slumber. Fragments of tattered cloth clung to his body, offering little protection against the bone-deep chill that permeated the air. The chamber stretched around him, its ceiling lost in darkness. Guttering torches cast dancing shadows on walls of ancient stonework, their patterns hypnotic. In the distance, he could hear the slow drip of water, and something else, a faint, ghostly wailing that raised the hairs on the back of his neck. As his mind cleared, he began to grasp the enormity of his surroundings. This was no ordinary room, but a vast hall deep within some massive structure. The citadel. The word came to him unbidden. He was in the bowels of an ancient citadel, a fortress so vast it seemed to defy comprehension. How far it rose above him, he couldn't begin to guess. Panic set in as he realized he had no idea how he'd come to this place. Who was he? Why was he here? He grasped for memories, for any scrap of identity, but found only a void where his past should have been. A single frustrating image lingered just out of reach. A crown. A sense of authority. Had he once been royalty? The thought slipped away like smoke through his fingers. Then, cutting through his rising fear, a voice. It was barely more than a whisper, yet it seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Rise, Ashen One. Your path leads upward. Escape this purgatory of the forgotten. The words resonated within him, offering a lifeline in this sea of confusion. With trembling arms, he grasped a nearby pillar and pulled himself to his feet. His legs wobbled, threatening to give way, but steadied himself after a moment. Ahead, a crumbling archway beckoned, the chamber's only exit. Beyond it lay only deeper shadows and unknown pearls. Yet, staying here, in this tomb of lost souls at the base of the citadel, was unthinkable. Taking a deep breath of the stale air, the nameless man took his first uneasy step, then another, and another. Each movement became easier than the last, muscle memory returning, even as his actual memories remained frustratingly out of reach. As he passed through the archway, the ghostly voice whispered once more, "Ascend." With no name, no past, and only this cryptic command to guide him, the man began his journey upward, through the silent, decaying citadel. Whatever trials lay ahead in the towering fortress, they were preferable to the oblivion he left behind. The nameless man's footsteps echoed through the halls, each sound a potential beacon to unseen dangers. As he rounded a crumbling pillar, his eyes fell upon a figure hunched over a freshly fallen corpse. The scavenger's hands moved with practiced efficiency, stripping the dead of anything valuable. Sensing his presence, the figure whirled around, a rusted dagger flashing in the dim light. The hood fell back, revealing a woman's face, gaunt and weathered, but with eyes that burned with fierce intelligence. "Hold," she commanded, her voice barely above a whisper, yet carrying the weight of authority. "State your purpose, Ashen One, or join the hollow at my feet." The man opened his mouth and closed it again. How could he explain what he himself did not understand? I must ascend, he finally managed, the words feeling right, even as their meaning eluded him. The woman's eyes narrowed, studying him intently. After a long moment, she lowered her blade a fraction. "Ascend? To what end? The higher reaches of this accursed citadel offer no salvation, only greater torments. And yet, I must go," he replied, surprising himself with a conviction in his voice. A bitter laugh escaped her lips. "Then you are a fool, or perhaps..." She trailed off, a flicker of something. Hope? Curiosity? "My name is Mira, once a scholar of this citadel's mysteries, now little more than a rat scurrying through its dying corpse." She gestured at the vastness around them. "These halls grow ever more treacherous. If you truly wish to ascend, you'll need a guide." A wry smile tugged at her lips. "And I find myself in need of protection. Shall we strike a bargain, you and I?" The man nodded, feeling the first stirring of purpose since his awakening. As they set off together, Mira's voice dropped lower still. "Know this, Ashen One. I was cast into these depths for daring to question the citadel's ancient laws. Whatever you seek above, be wary. Some truths are better left behind." And so, the unlikely pair began their ascent, each step taking them deeper into the heart of a mystery that had claimed countless lives before them. The ascent through the citadel's winding passages was arduous, marked by long stretches of eerie silence, punctuated by the occasional distant wail. Mira led the way, her steps sure despite the treacherous footing of crumbling stone and scattered debris. As they emerged into a vast, vaulted chamber, Mira held up a hand in warning. "Lower halls," she whispered. "Once the domain of the citadel's guards. Now, well, death hasn't relieved them of their duties." No sooner had the words left her lips than a hollow cry echoed through the chamber. Shambling figures emerged from the shadows, their armor hanging in rusted tatters. Yet their weapons gleamed with deadly purpose. Intruders. The lead guard's voice was a rasp of metal on stone. "The sanctity of the citadel must be preserved." Chaos erupted. The nameless man found himself back to back with Mira, fending off the relentless assault of the undead guards. For a moment, muscle memory took over. He parried and struck with a grace that surprised even himself. But the onslaught was overwhelming. A vicious blow sent him reeling, and he lost sight of Mira in the melee. Staggering, he retreated down a side passage, the sound of the battle fading behind him. Gasping for breath, he leaned against a wall, only to nearly fall as a section of stone shifted beneath his weight. A hidden door swung open, and he stumbled into a secret chamber. Well, well, what have we here? The voice was filled with amusement. Another moth drawn to the flame, eh? Regaining his footing, the nameless man found himself face to face with a peculiar figure. The man was bald, with a perpetual grin that didn't quite reach his eyes. He sat cross-legged atop a pile of glittering treasures, looking for all the world like he'd been expecting company. Who are you? The nameless man asked, weary but intrigued. The figure's grin widened Me? Oh, I'm just a humble merchant. Patches. At your service. He cocked his head, studying the nameless man intently. But the real question is, who are you? Or perhaps, who were you? The nameless man frowned. I don't remember. I can't remember anything. Patches let out a cackling laugh. Of course you don't. That's the beauty of it all, isn't it? Round and round we go. Where to stop? Nobody knows. His voice dropped into a whisper. But I'll let you in on a little secret, friend. This citadel, it's hungry. Always hungry. And you? He pointed a long, bony finger. You're the feast it's been waiting for. I don't understand, the nameless man said, frustration creeping into his voice. Patches's eyes glittered with mischief. Understanding's overrated. But here's a riddle for you. What's a crown without a kingdom? What's a sacrifice without purpose? What's a cycle that never ends? He leaned forward. You've played this game before, Your Highness. The question is, will you play it again? Before the nameless man could respond, the sounds of battle grew closer. Patches waved a dismissive hand. Best be on your way, friend. Destiny waits for no man. Not even a prince who's forgotten his throne. With that cryptic statement hanging in the air, Patches vanished into the shadows, leaving the nameless man alone with more questions than answers. The hidden door swung open once more, and he stepped back into the fray. His mind reeling from the encounter. After what felt like hours, he stumbled his way to a vast, dimly lit space. Towering bookshelves lined the walls. Their contents spilled across the floor. Mira? He called out softly, hoping to find his lost companion. Over here, came the reply. He found her kneeling before a massive ancient book, its pages yellowed with age. "I thought I'd lost you," Mira said, looking up from the text. "But this changes everything we thought we knew." The nameless man knelt beside her, squinting at the faded script. What have you found?" Mira's fingers traced the words. "History. A glimpse of the world beyond these walls." She looked up, eyes blazing with newfound purpose. There was a cataclysm long ago, something called the fading of the flame. Together, they pieced together the fragmented tale. It spoke of a world once bathed in light, sustained by some kind of primordial energy source, referred to as the flame. But this flame began to weaken, threatening to plunge all lands into an age of darkness. "It says the citadel was sealed off," Mira explained, "to preserve what remained of the old world within its walls." The nameless man frowned, feeling like he should understand more than he did. But why? At what cost? Mira's hands trembled as she turned another page. It speaks of sacrifices, a cycle of death and rebirth to sustain something. Her voice caught. No, this can't be right. "What is it?" he pressed. She looked at him, eyes wide. "All this time, I thought being exiled here was meant to kill us. But according to this, we were never meant to die. We're fuel, somehow. Fodder for whatever keeps this place running." Mira stood abruptly, pacing. "I always believed the world outside was dead, that there was nothing beyond these walls. But if this is true, the nameless man watched her, feeling the weight of this revelation. There might still be hope out there. Mira nodded slowly, visibly shaken. "Yes, but the citadel, or whatever force controls it, won't let us go easily. It needs us. Needs. She trailed off, looking at him. What? He prompted. A king, she said softly. The texts mention a royal line, tasked with maintaining this cycle. A crown that bears the weight of sacrifice. The words struck a chord deep within him, resonating with vague, half-formed memories. He stood, feeling a sense of purpose he couldn't fully explain. We need to learn more, he said, his voice firmer than he felt. Mira nodded, gathering what intact texts she could find. Yes, but be careful. I suspect this knowledge was hidden for a reason. Someone or something doesn't want us to know the truth. As if in response to her words, a distant rumble shook the library. Dust rained down from above, and the precarious shelves groaned ominously. We've overstayed our welcome, Mira said grimly. Come. We must go before this place comes down around us. They hurried from the library, arms laden with ancient books, driven by the hope of answers and the growing sense that they were now part of something larger than themselves. As Mira and the nameless man climbed ever upward through the citadel's winding passages, the air grew thinner and the shadows deeper. Their progress was slow, hampered by crumbling staircases and corridors choked with debris. Yet with each step, something stirred in the depths of the man's mind. It began with flashes, brief, vivid images that assaulted his senses without warning. The scent of incense in opulent halls, the weight of rich fabric draped across his shoulders, a crown both heavy with responsibility and war with familial love. Are you all right? Mira asked, noticing his faltering steps. He nodded, unable to put the sensations into words. But as they pressed on, the flashes turned into fuller memories. as real and immediate as the stone floor beneath his feet. He saw himself as a child, running through sunlit corridors, far grander than these ruins. Laughter echoed off marble walls as he played with other children, nobles, sons and daughters, their names just beyond his grasp. Then, darkness. He was older, standing before a man whose face was obscured, but whose presence radiated authority. His father. They were arguing, voices raised in a heated debate that seemed to shake the very foundations of the citadel. "The system is cruel, Father," he heard himself shout. "How many more must be sacrificed?" His father's response was lost to time, but the feeling of righteous anger lingered. Another memory surfaced, more recent and tinged with desperation. He stood before a massive structure, a throne wreathed in ethereal flames. The kindled throne. He knew without knowing how. His hands were raised, channeling some arcane power in an attempt to destroy it. But something went wrong. Pain, falling, darkness. The man gasped, nearly stumbling on a broken step. Mira caught his arm, steadying him. "What did you see?" she asked. He shook his head, trying to reconcile the fragments of his past with his present reality. I think I remember who I was. A prince, I think, but also a rebel. The words felt strange on his tongue. Mira's eyes widened. The texts spoke of a king, a royal line. But if you sought to overthrow the old order, her words trailed off as they emerged onto a wide balcony. Below them stretched the vast expanse of the lower citadel, a labyrinth of decay and forgotten glory. But it wasn't empty. Pinpricks of light moved through the darkness. Other survivors, scavengers, lost souls seeking out an existence in the ruins. The nameless man felt a sudden, unexpected surge of protectiveness. These were his people, in a way the nobles of his memories never were. How could he reconcile his past desire to destroy the Citadel's systems with the knowledge that those very systems might be all that kept these survivors alive? "We need to keep moving," Mira said softly, sensing his inner turmoil. "The upper levels await, and with them, I hope, answers." He nodded, torn between the pull of his newly remembered past and his growing connection to the Citadel's present inhabitants. As they resumed their climb, one thing became clear. Whatever choice lay ahead, it would not be an easy one. As they explored the upper levels of the Citadel, a familiar voice called out from the shadows. "Well, well, look who's made it to the top." Patches emerged, his unsettling grin unchanged. "Come along, you two. There's something you need to see." Wary but cautious, they followed Patches down a hidden passage. It opened into a vast chamber that took their breath away. At its center stood a colossal structure, a throne wreathed in writhing flames that pulsed with an otherworldly energy. The heat was intense, even from a great distance. "Behold, the kindled throne," Patches announced with a theatrical flourish. The nameless man staggered, overwhelmed by a sudden flood of memories. He saw himself standing before this very throne, hands raised, attempting to extinguish its hungry flames. I remember," he whispered. "I tried to destroy it." Mira stepped back. This must be what the ancient texts referred to. The source of the Citadel's power. Patches nodded, his grin never faltering. "Smart girl. This beauty here keeps everyone in the Citadel in their lovely undead state. A little sacrifice here, a little burning there, and poof. No true death for anyone. But cost," Mira said, horror creeping into her voice. "Those sacrifices, they're people, aren't they?" "Got it in one," Patches cackled. "And our princely friend here thought he could save everyone by putting out the flame. Noble but short-sighted, eh?" The nameless man turned to Mira, his expression pained. "I remember the cruelty of the system, but not why it existed. I thought I could free everyone, but without the throne, without the sacrifices," Mira finished, "everyone here would truly die. Or worse." As the implications set in, the flame of the kindled throne pulsed brighter, as if recognizing the return of its would-be destroyer. The nameless man felt its pull, a connection he couldn't deny. "So now you face a choice," Patches said. "Maintain the cycle and preserve this little world, or risk everything for a chance at true freedom. What'll it be, Your Highness?" The weight of the decision hung heavy in the air. The nameless man stood at a crossroads, his forgotten past and uncertain future colliding before the ominous kindled throne. But as they stood there, a new figure emerged from the shadows. Tall and regal, even in decay. He wore a tarnished crown and carried himself with unmistakable authority. The nameless man gasped, recognition flooding through him. "Father?" The king's hollow eyes fixed upon him, a mix of sorrow and resolve in his gaze. "My son, you've returned to us once again." Mira looked between them, realization dawning. The cycle, it's not just about the throne, is it? "No," the king said heavily. "It is about him, about us, about the choice we've faced countless times before." The nameless man stepped forward, confusion and anger warring in his voice. "What do you mean? What choice?" The king gestured to the kindled throne. "Years ago, You fell trying to destroy this. Your body broken, your mind shattered. But the throne, it wouldn't let you die. Instead, it cast you back into the depths, to be reborn without memory, to climb again, to face this choice anew. How many times? The nameless man whispered. More than I can count, his father replied. Each time you remember, each time you rebel, and each time the cycle resets. Mira interjected. But why? Why put him through this torment? The king turned his hollow gaze upon her. Because the alternative is worse. The kindled throne sustains us all. Without it, without the sacrifices it demands, our entire world would crumble into true death and darkness. The nameless man shook his head, defiant. There has to be another way. And yet, his father countered, by trying to end it, you doom us all, including those you wish to save. As their argument intensified, the flames of the kindled throne began to writhe and expand. The very air seemed to vibrate with building energy. Suddenly, a blinding flash engulfed them all. When it cleared, they found themselves not in the throne room, but in a void filled with swirling images. They all watched as they saw the nameless man again and again, climbing the citadel, confronting the throne, falling and being reborn. By the gods, Mira breathed. It's true. This has happened before. Many times. The king's voice echoed around them. Now you see. Our cycle mirrors the greater world outside. As they link the flame to stave off the dark, we feed the kindled throne. It's the only way. The visions faded, returning them to the throne room. The nameless man stood silent. The weight of countless lives and deaths pressing down upon him. So, his father said softly, The choice stands before you once more. Will you maintain the cycle and preserve our world? Or will you risk everything again on the chance of breaking free? The kindled throne pulsed ominously, awaiting the decision that would shape the fate of the citadel and all within it. The nameless man stood, the weight of countless cycles bearing down upon him. He turned to his father, resolve hardening in his eyes. "No more," he said, his voice firm despite the tremor in his hands. "This ends now." The king's expression fell. "You choose this path again, my son, as you have so many times before. But this time, it will be different," the nameless man insisted. He turned to Mira, uncertainty flickering across his face. I can't ask you to risk everything. This isn't your burden to bear." Mira stepped forward. "I've seen enough to know this cycle is wrong, unnatural. If there's a chance to free these peoples, to give them true life or true death, instead of this half-existence, then I'll be with you." The king shook his head. "You don't understand the consequences. The citadel, all of us within it, we're bound to the kindled throne. Extinguish its flame and you may as well destroy us all. Or we might be finally free," the nameless man countered. "Free from endless rebirth, free from forced sacrifice. Whatever comes after, it has to be better than this." Mira nodded, standing beside him. "How can we help? Surely you've tried to extinguish it before." The nameless man closed his eyes, fragments of memory surfacing. "The flame, it's tied to my own life force. To truly extinguish it, I'll have to." He trailed off, but understanding dawned in Mira's eyes. "You'll have to sacrifice yourself." "Yes," he said softly, "but I'll need your help to reach the heart of the flame. The throne will try to stop us." The king made a move to intervene, but patches appeared, restraining him with surprising strength. "Let them try, Your Majesty," the trickster said, his unusual grin replaced by a look of grim fascination. "Maybe this time the story will have a different ending." As the nameless man and Mira approached the kindled throne, its flames roared higher, sensing the threat. The very air seemed to vibrate with tension. The fate of the citadel hanging in the balance. "Whatever happens," the nameless man said, "thank you for believing in a better way." Together, they stepped into the searing heat of the kindled throne, determined to break the cycle once and for all. As they stepped inside, the world around them seemed to warp and twist. The flames lashed out, sentient and angry, trying to repel their intrusion. "We have to reach the core," the nameless man shouted over the roar of the fire. The heat was unbearable, the pain almost blinding. Yet they persevered, inching closer to the heart of the flame. The nameless man could feel his very essence being drawn into the kindled throne, his life force intertwining with its power. "Now," he cried, reaching out to grasp the pulsing center of the flame. Mira supported him, lending her strength as he began to pull the energy into himself. The throne shuddered. The flames flickered and waned. For a moment, it seemed they might succeed where countless attempts had failed before. But then, a sudden surge of power erupted from the throne. The nameless man cried out in agony as the energy overwhelmed him. Mira was thrown back, her scream lost in the deafening roar. A blinding flash engulfed the chamber, and when it faded, silence reigned. Mira found herself alone in the throne room. The kindled throne stood as it always had, its flames dancing as if nothing had happened. Of the nameless man, there was no sign. The king and Patches were gone too, as if they had never been there. Mira looked around, disoriented and confused. As she stumbled towards the exit, trying to make sense of what had just happened, she heard a faint sound. Following it, she found herself descending into the lower levels of the citadel. There, in a chamber filled with decaying bodies and lost souls, a figure stirred. A man woke, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with confusion as he took in his surroundings. Mira approached cautiously. "Hello? Are you all right?" The man looked up at her, his face a blank slate. I don't know where I am, who I am." A chill ran down Mira's spine. A sense of déjà vu washed over her. As she helped the man to his feet, a faint, echoing voice seemed to whisper in the darkness. "Rise, Ashen One. Your journey begins anew." And so, in the depths of the ancient citadel, the cycle began once more. Evelyn tightened her cloak against the biting wind as she stepped off the creaking carriage. The city of Yharnam loomed before her, its towering spires piercing the stormy sky like skeletal fingers. Gas lamps flickered in the twilight, casting eerie shadows on the cobblestone streets. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and something metallic, something ancient and unwholesome. She shivered, not just from the cold, but from the palpable sense of dread that something seemed to seep from every stone and shadow. Evelyn was no stranger to grim sights and foul smells, having served as a physician in the war-torn regions of her homeland. But Yharnam was different. There was an unsettling stillness, an unnatural quiet that suggested the city itself was holding its breath. She squared her shoulders, clutching the small leather case that contained her medical instruments and the precious letters of introduction that had brought her here. The letters themselves spoke of miraculous blood healing, a cure that might save her dying sister, Lillian. Her steps echoed loudly as she made her way down the narrow, twisting streets. Darkened windows stared at her like vacant eyes, and occasionally she caught glimpses of movement from behind a tower. She turned a corner and stumbled upon a narrow alley where a small, dimly lit shop stood, its sign swaying in the wind. Herbs and remedies, it read in faded script. Hoping for some guidance, she pushed open the creaking door. Inside, the shop was a cluttered sanctuary of dried herbs, glass jars, and dusty books. The scent of lavender and chamomile mixed with the acrid tang of something more medicinal. Behind the counter stood a woman, her silver hair tied back in a loose braid, her eyes warm and kind, despite the worry etched into her features. She looked up as Evelyn entered, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. "Good evening," the woman greeted, her voice soft yet firm. "You must be new to Yarnum. How can I assist you?" Evelyn stepped forward, grateful for the warmth and the human presence. "My name is Evelyn. I'm a doctor from the north. I've come seeking a cure for my sister. She's gravely ill, and I've heard that Yarnum's blood ministrations might save her." The woman's eyes softened further with understanding. "My name is Amelia, the local herbalist. Blood ministration, you say?" "Yes, it's true. Yarnum is renowned for its blood healing. But it's not without its dangers." She paused, her gaze lingering on Evelyn's face. "You look weary, Evelyn. Why don't you stay here for the night? I have a spare room, and you'll find little welcome at the inns these days." Evelyn nodded, relief flooding through her. "Thank you, Amelia. I would be most grateful." Amelia led her through a narrow passage to a small, cozy room at the back of the shop. A simple bed with a quilted coverlet, a wooden chair, and a wash basin comprised the furnishings. But to Evelyn, it felt like a haven. She set down her case and removed her cloak, the chill finally beginning to leave her bones. As Amelia prepared a pot of herbal tea, she spoke of Yarnum's recent troubles. The city has been in turmoil, plagued by a mysterious illness. Many have come seeking cures, but few find what they're looking for. The healing church claims to offer salvation through blood, but her voice trailed off, leaving the unspoken words hanging in the air. Evelyn listened intently, absorbing every word. She had heard rumors of the church's power and the strange practices associated with blood healing. The more Amelia spoke, the more Evelyn realized how little she truly knew about the city and its secrets. That night, as she lay in the small bed, Evelyn found sleep elusive. The weight of her mission pressed heavily on her mind. Her thoughts wandered to Lillian, pale and frail, lying there in their family home, so many miles away. She had to succeed. She had to find the cure. This city might be shrouded in mystery and danger, but she would face it all for her sister. The sounds of Yarnum at night seeped through the walls. The distant howls of unknown beasts, the clatter of footsteps on the cobblestones. Evelyn's heart raced, but she forced herself to remain calm. She was a doctor, trained to face the worst with a steady hand. Tomorrow, she would begin her quest in earnest. The morning sun barely pierced the thick fog that enveloped Yarnum, casting an ethereal glow over the city. Evelyn adjusted her cloak, the dampness seeping into her bones. She had barely slept, her mind a restless sea of thoughts about her sister and the daunting task ahead. Amelia's shop offered a brief respite, but now it was time to confront the reality of Yarnum's labyrinth bureaucracy. She made her way through the winding streets, each step echoing off the narrow alleys. The grand cathedral loomed in the distance, a Gothic sentinel watching over the city. Her destination was the old workshop of a man named German, a former hunter who, according to Amelia, might help her navigate the perilous path ahead. The road to the workshop grew steeper, the fog thickening as she climbed. The gate to the workshop was weathered and rusted, barely clinging to its hinges. Evelyn pushed it open with a creak, the sound reverberating through the stillness. Inside the workshop was a cluttered haven of forgotten tools and half-finished projects. Gammon sat hunched over a workbench on a wheelchair, his hands deftly repairing an ancient weapon. His hair was a wild mane of white, and his eyes, though clouded with age, still held a sharp, watchful gleam. He did not look up as Evelyn entered, but she felt his awareness keenly. "Carmen," she called softly, her voice trembling despite her best efforts. He looked up, his gaze piercing through her. "Hi, that's me. And who might you be, wandering into an old man's solitude?" "My name is Evelyn," she replied, stepping closer. "I've come to Yarnum seeking a cure for my sister. Amelia suggested you might help me." Carmen sighed, setting his tools aside. "Amelia's a good woman. But if you're looking for help from the healing church, you'll find more trouble than salvation." He paused, studying her with a mixture of curiosity and weariness. "What makes you think I can help you?" "I've heard you were once a great hunter," Evelyn said, meeting his gaze. "You know this city and its secrets. I need someone to guide me, to help me understand what I'm dealing with." Carmen's eyes softened slightly, a hint of something like pity against his crossing features. "Very well, but know this. Yarnum is a place of nightmares. The blood you seek is both a blessing and a curse. Are you prepared for what you might find?" Evelyn swallowed hard, but nodded. "I am. For my sister's sake, I am." "Then we should speak to Willem," Carmen said. "He's an old scholar, once my mentor. If anyone can shed light on the healing church's machinations, it's him. But be warned, Willem is not the man he once was. As they left the workshop, the fog seemed to close in around them, an oppressive blanket that muted the world outside. Evelyn's heart pounded in her chest, each step towards Berkenworth heavy with anticipation and dread. The ancient academy stood on the edge of a placid lake, its grand facade now crumbling and overgrown. German pushed open the heavy doors, the sound echoing through the grand hall, lined with dusty tombs and faded portraits. At the far end, an elderly man sat in a high-backed chair, his eyes distant and unfocused. Willem's once sharp features now softened by age, but his presence still commanded a certain reverence. Willem, Germain called gently, his voice softer than Evelyn had expected. It's me, German. I've brought someone who needs your wisdom. Willem's eyes slowly focused, and he turned to look at them, a flicker of recognition passing over his features. German, it has been a long time. His voice was weak, but there was still a hint of authority. This is Evelyn, German said, gesturing to her. She seeks the secrets of the healing church. Can you help her? Willem studied Evelyn with a penetrating gaze, as if seeing beyond her physical form. The healing church. They tamper with powers they do not understand. The blood they offer is not a cure, but a conduit to the great ones. Cosmic entities beyond our comprehension. You must be wary, child. The path you tread is fraught with peril. Evelyn felt a chill run down her spine. But I must save my sister. Is there no other way? Willem shook his head. There are no easy answers in Yharnam. Only echoes of the cosmos and the whispers of ancient blood. If you truly seek to unravel the church's mysteries, you must be prepared to face the darkness within yourself. Carmen placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. We will find the answers you seek, Evelyn. We will. As they left Berkenworth, The weight of Willem's words settled heavily on Evelyn's heart. The path ahead was uncertain and filled with dangers she could scarcely imagine. But with Garmin by her side and the knowledge they had gained, she felt a flicker of hope. She would navigate the treacherous bureaucracy of the healing church, uncover the secrets of the blood, and save her sister, no matter the cost. The days in Yarnum passed in a blur of cold steel and colder truths. Guided by Carmen, Evelyn delved into the heart of the city's most guarded institution, the blood ministration clinics. These clinics were the lifeblood of Yarnum, promising miraculous cures and drawing countless souls to their doors. Evelyn's medical background allowed her to integrate seamlessly into the clinics. She observed and assisted, her keen eyes absorbing every detail of the blood treatments. It was here, amidst the sterile rooms and the smell of antiseptic, that she met Yosefka. Yosefka was a young doctor, her eyes bright with determination and ideals. Despite the shadow of the healing church looming over them, she maintained an unwavering commitment to her patients. Her presence was like a beacon of hope in the otherwise grim environment. One evening, after a particularly grueling day, Yosefka invited Evelyn to share a meal. They sat in a small, cluttered office, the flickering candlelight casting long shadows on the walls. "You've adapted quickly," Yosefka remarked, her tone admiring. "Not many outsiders manage to keep up with the demands of Yarnum." Evelyn smiled wearily. Desperation is a powerful motivator. Yosefka nodded, a flicker of pain crossing her face. "I understand. My own motivations are not so different. This city, it holds so many secrets, and not all of them are meant to heal." Evelyn sensed a deeper story behind Yosefka's words, but chose not to press. Instead, she shared her own fears and hopes, finding solace in the younger doctor's empathy. Over the weeks, their bond grew. Yosefka's idealism tempered Evelyn's growing cynicism, and Evelyn's determination reinforced Yosefka's resolve. Yet, the more Evelyn learned, the more she realized how little she understood the true nature of the blood and the cosmic entities entwined with it. One night, as they worked late in the clinic, Yosefka finally confided in Evelyn. "The healing church is not what it seems," she said, her eyes darting to the door as if expecting someone to be listening. "They conduct experiments, unspeakable ones, in the name of progress. I've been part of it. I thought I was helping, but now..." Evelyn's heart pounded in her chest. "What kind of experiments?" Yosefka's voice trembled. They manipulate the blood, trying to commune with higher beings. But it's dangerous, corrupting. I fear they're losing control." Evelyn felt a chill run down her spine. The blood that was supposed to save her sister might be a gateway to something far darker. In the weeks that followed, Evelyn and Yosefka worked tirelessly, seeking clues and gathering evidence in the hope to stop this threat. Their partnership, forged in the crucible of Yarnum's darkness, Evelyn and Yosefka braced themselves for the trials ahead. Evelyn's hands trembled as she held the vial of blood, the culmination of weeks of tireless work and relentless pursuit. The blood cure, a substance of both pure hope and dread, glimmered faintly in the dim light of her room at Amelia's shop. She carefully packed the vial in a secure box, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and anticipation. This cure, obtained through her alliance with Yosefka, was her sister's only chance. She dispatched the precious package with a trusted courier, praying it would reach her sister in time. Days stretched into an agonizing wait. Each hour, a battle between hope and despair. Then, the news arrived. Lillian was recovering. The blood had worked its miracle. Evelyn felt a wave of relief and joy. heavy burden on her shoulders, momentarily lifting. But the respite was short-lived. As Evelyn prepared to celebrate the small victory, Amelia, her steadfast supporter, collapsed in the shop. Her skin was pale, and her breaths came in shallow, painful gasps. Evelyn's training kicked in, and she rushed to Amelia's side, examining her symptoms. It was clear that this was no ordinary illness. The ailment that gripped Amelia was unlike anything Evelyn had seen. She worked tirelessly, employing every remedy and technique she knew. But Amelia's condition only worsened. In the flickering candlelight of Amelia's bedside, Evelyn could see the toll the mysterious illness was taking. Amelia's once vibrant eyes were now dull and haunted, her body racked with fever and chills. Evelyn could see the question in her friend's eyes, the unspoken fear of whether she should share the same fate as so many in Yarnum. Desperate for answers, Evelyn sought the counsel of Yosefka. They pored over texts and discussed theories late into the night. Yosefka's knowledge of the Healing Church's experiments provided some insights, but it was not enough. This illness seemed resistant to all conventional treatments. Its origin and nature shrouded in mystery. One evening, as Evelyn wiped the sweat from Amelia's brow, the older woman grasped her hand weakly. "You've done so much, Evelyn," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "But this might be beyond our power." "No," Evelyn said fiercely, her eyes burning with determination. "I will not give up on you. I owe you my life, my sister's life." Amelia's grip tightened for a moment. Small, reassuring pressure. "Be careful. There are forces at play here, ancient and dark. Promise me you'll stay safe." Evelyn nodded, though she knew that safety was a luxury she could not afford. Evelyn's investigation led her deeper into the heart of Yarnum's mysteries. She pored over ancient texts and records, piecing together a tapestry of secrets that connected the healing church, Willem, and the enigmatic cosmic entities. The more she uncovered, the more she realized the depth of the church's influence and the darkness it harbored. The healing church's blood ministration was not merely a medical practice, but a conduit for powers beyond human comprehension. Willem's old writings hinted at the church's ambition to ascend to higher planes of existence, manipulating blood to consume with these cosmic beings. One evening, as Evelyn and Yosefka worked late in the clinic, Yosefka's hands trembled as she set down a vial of blood. Her face was pale, eyes haunted by unspoken guilt. "Evelyn," she began, "there's something you need to know. The experiments, the things we've done in the name of progress. Evelyn looked up, sensing the weight of Yosefka's confession. "What is it?" Yosefka took a deep breath, tears welling in her eyes. "The church has been conducting experiments on patients, trying to harness the power of the Great Ones. I've been part of it. I believed it was for the greater good. But now I see the horrors we've unleashed. Evelyn's heart pounded. What kind of experiments? Transformations, Yosefka confessed. Turning people into beasts, merging them with the essence of the Great Ones. The results have been catastrophic. I thought I was helping, but I've only caused more suffering." Evelyn felt a surge of anger and despair. The blood that had saved her sister, that she had hoped would save Amelia, was tainted by these dark practices. "We have to stop this. We have to find a way to end these experiments." Yosefka nodded. "I'll help you as best as I can." But the arrival of Evelyn's sister Lillian in Yarnum marked a turning point in the quest. The blood cure that Evelyn had sent had indeed saved Lillian's life, but at a terrible cost. As Lillian stepped off the carriage, Evelyn's heart sank. Her sister's once gentle features were now twisted, her eyes gleaming with an unnatural light. The blood had not just cured her illness, it had begun to transform her. Lillian's presence in Yarnum forced Eleanor to confront the harsh reality of the blood's power. Her sister oscillated between moments of lucidity and feral aggression, the beast within her struggling to break free. Evelyn realized that to save Lillian, and perhaps all of Yarnum, she needed to become more than just a doctor. She needed to become a hunter. German, sensing the gravity of the situation, took Evelyn under his wing. In the secluded grounds of his workshop, he began to train her in the art of the hunt. The training was grueling, pushing Evelyn to her physical and mental limits. She learned to wield trick weapons, mastering the transforming mechanics of the soul cleaver and threaded cane. German taught her to use quicksilver bullets, imbued with the power of blood, and to harness the mystical energies of hunter tools. But the training was more than just physical combat. German impressed upon Evelyn the psychological toll of the hunt. The constant battle against the beast that lurked within every hunter. The beast is cunning, he would say, his eyes distant with painful memories. It whispers to you, promising power. You must resist, or you'll become the very thing you hunt. As the training progressed, German began to reveal fragments of his past. He spoke of the early days of the hunt, of comrades lost and battles won at a terrible cost. Through these stories, Evelyn began to understand the weight of the path she had chosen. The crucible of Evelyn's training came when Lillian had a particularly violent episode. Evelyn was forced to confront her sister, to subdue the beast without killing the person she loved. It was a harrowing experience, one that tested everything German had taught her. In the end, Evelyn just succeeded, but the encounter left her shaken, understanding for the first time the true nature of the hunt. As Evelyn tended to her sedated sister, Yarman placed a hand on her shoulder. "You've taken your steps into a larger world," he said. "The path of the hunter is not an easy one, but it may be the only way to save those you love and uncover the truth behind Yarman's blood curse." Evelyn nodded. She was no longer just a doctor seeking a cure. She was a hunter, ready to face the beasts of Yharnam and the darkness that spawned them. The true hunt was about to begin. As Yharnam descended further into chaos, Evelyn found herself drawn back to Birkenworth. The old scholar Willem, once dismissive and cryptic, now seemed eager to share his knowledge. Perhaps he sensed the urgency of the situation. Or maybe he saw in Evelyn a worthy successor to his cosmic insights. In the dust-filled halls of the old college, Willem's eyes gleamed with an unnatural light as he spoke of the Great Ones. "They are beings beyond our comprehension," he wheezed. "Ancient cosmic entities that shape the very fabric of reality." Evelyn listened, her mind reeling as Willem unraveled the cosmic tapestry that bound Yharnam's fate. The Great Ones, he explained, had long influenced the city through the power of the old blood. The healing church's pursuit of communion with these entities had opened doors that should have remained shut. As Willem spoke, Evelyn felt a strange resonance within herself. The cosmic truths he revealed seemed to awaken something in her. Sensitivity to energies beyond the physical realm. She found she could perceive faint echoes of the Great One's presence, whispers of eldritch knowledge that both terrified and fascinated her. "Yes, you feel it, don't you?" Willem asked, her milky eyes fixed on her. "The cosmos speaks to you, as it once did to me. This sensitivity is both a gift and a curse. Use it wisely, for it may be the key to saving Yharnam, or damning it entirely." The revelations at Birkenworth had barely settled in Evelyn's mind when the sky above Yarnum began to change. The moon, once a pale orb, now hung low and bloated, tinged with an otherworldly red. Evelyn felt the shift in her very bones. Her newfound cosmic sensitivity amplifying the wrongness of it all. As the pale blood moon reached its zenith, chaos erupted across the city. Citizens who had shown no signs of the beast plague suddenly transformed, their bodies twisting into monstrous shapes. The air filled with howls and screams as the night of the reckoning began. Evelyn raced through the streets, her hunter's attire spattered with blood. She fought to protect the innocent, to carve a path of safety through the madness. But for every person she saved, dozens more succumbed to the beastly scourge. In the midst of the chaos, she encountered Yosefka, who had ventured out of her clinic to help. Together, they established a makeshift safe house in an abandoned chapel, gathering survivors and fending off waves of beasts. As they worked, Evelyn shared what she had learned from Willem. The Great Ones, she explained. Their influence is stronger tonight. This celestial event, it's accelerating the transformations. Yosefka nodded grimly. Then we need to find a way to sever that connection. A cure isn't enough anymore. We need to break the cycle entirely. Their conversation was interrupted by a piercing shriek. A massive, winged beast descended upon the chapel, its form a fusion of man and cosmic horror. Evelyn recognized the tattered remains of a healing church uniform on the creature. Go, Yosefka shouted, readying her threaded cane. Find the source. End this. I'll protect the survivors here. Evelyn hesitated for a moment, then nodded. With a final look at her friend, she dashed into the streets of Yarnum. Her destination, the grand cathedral, where she believed the heart of this cosmic nightmare lay. As she fought her way through the city, Evelyn's mind raced. The beast plague, the great ones, the healing church's experiments. All the threads were coming together. She realized that to save Yarnum, to save her sister and friends, she would have to confront powers beyond human comprehension. The grand cathedral loomed ahead, its Gothic spires piercing the blood-red sky. As she pushed open the massive doors, the scene that greeted her made her stop. In the center of the vast chamber stood two monstrous figures. One, a writhing mass of fur and antlers that she recognized as Amelia. The other, a sleek, predatory beast that still bore the traces of Lillian's features. "No," Evelyn whispered. Her sister and her friend, both transformed by the very forces she had sought to understand and control. As if sensing her presence, both beasts turned towards her. Lillian let out a heart-wrenching howl, while Amelia's many eyes fixed upon Evelyn with a mixture of recognition and hunger. Evelyn raised her saw cleaver, her hands trembling. "I'm sorry," she said, tears streaming down her face. The battle that ensued was brutal and heartrending. Evelyn dodged and weaved, using every trick Gammon had taught her. She fought, not to kill but to subdue, desperately seeking a way to reach the human consciousness she hoped still existed within the beasts. But as the fight raged on, Evelyn's new cosmic sensitivity kicked in. She began to perceive patterns in the beast's movements, echoes of a greater design. Following her instincts, she maneuvered Lillian and Amelia into specific positions within the cathedral itself. And suddenly, The floor beneath them began to glow. Ancient runes, hidden for centuries, flared to life. Evelyn realized she had inadvertently triggered a long-forgotten ritual, one that could potentially rewrite Yarnum's destiny. This ritual's energy surged through the cathedral, enveloping Evelyn, Lillian, and Amelia. Evelyn herself felt drawn into a cosmic plane, her consciousness expanding beyond the confines of her physical form. She saw the threads of Yarnum's fate, intertwined with the will of the Great Ones. In this moment of cosmic clarity, Evelyn understood what needed to be done. She could use this ritual to sever Yarnum's connection to the Great Ones, ending the plague and the cycle of blood ministration. But the cost would be enormous. She would have to sacrifice her own humanity, becoming a conduit for cosmic energies. With a heavy heart, Evelyn made her choice. She poured her will into the ritual, channeling the cosmic power through her being. Pain unlike anything she had ever experienced coursed through her, but she held on, focusing on the faces of those she loved. A blinding light filled the cathedral, and then silence. Years later, Yarnum changed. The beast plague ended. The influence of the Great Ones receded. But the city was forever marked by the events of that fateful night. In the place where the grand cathedral once stood, a great tree now grew, its branches reaching towards the sky, its roots delving deep into the earth. The tree seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy, and those who approached it spoke of visions and insights. Lillian and Amelia, restored to their human forms, became the guardians of this new wonder. They told the story of Evelyn, the hunter who sacrificed herself to save Yarman. Some say she had ascended to become a benevolent Great One, watching over the city. Others believed her consciousness lived on within the tree itself, continuing to protect and guide. Yet, beneath the surface, echoes of the old Yarnum remained. Whispers of blood and beasts still haunted the dreams of some citizens. The cosmic sensitivity that Evelyn had awakened in herself had spread, manifesting in unexpected ways among the population. As the sun set on this new Yarnum, casting long shadows from the great tree, the city stood as a testament to Evelyn's sacrifice and the enduring mystery of the cosmos. The cycle was broken, but a new journey had just begun. Greetings, fellow wanderers. My name is Thorna, and I've spent years traversing the lands between, collecting folklore and legends from every corner of this vast, mysterious realm. From the misty shores of Liurnia to the scorched wastes of Caelid, I've gathered tales whispered in taverns, sung by bards, and passed down through generations. Of all the stories I've encountered, none has captivated me quite like the legend of Mira, the star-born shepherd. Allow me to share with you this extraordinary tale, pieced together from countless retellings across our fractured lands. The night sky over Liurnia wept stars, not the gentle, twinkling kind that had once adorned the firmament, but jagged, screaming things that tore through the veil of reality itself. The fractured dome of the heavens, a stark reminder of the shattering that had sundered the very fabric of existence, groaned under the weight of cosmic forces beyond mortal comprehension. Mira, a young shepherdess with eyes the colour of storm-tossed seas, stood ankle-deep in the cool waters of Lake Liurnia. The mists swirled around her, ghostly tendrils that seemed to whisper secrets meant only for the reeds and the shadows. Her flock, huddled nearby, bleated softly, sensing the unnatural tension in the air. She hadn't meant to wander so far from the shore, but something had called to her. A song without words, a pull that resonated in the marrow of her bones. Mira's fingers absently traced the outline of the birthmark on her left shoulder, a starburst pattern that she had always been told to keep hidden. Tonight, beneath the broken sky, it seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The first sign was a wail that split the night, a sound that didn't belong to any earthly creature. Mira's head snapped up, her gaze drawn to a point of light that grew larger with each passing heartbeat. It was as if a piece of the sun had broken free, hurtling towards the earth with terrifying speed. By the Erd tree, she breathed, rooted to the spot as the falling star blazed a trail across the shattered sky. The impact was both more and less than she expected. There was no earth-shattering boom, no tidal wave to sweep her away. Instead, the star struck the lake with a sound like 1,000 crystal glasses shattering at once. The water hissed and steamed, and for a moment, Mira feared she would be boiled alive where she stood. But the heat never came. Instead, a wave of pure argent light exploded outward from the point of impact. It washed over Mira like liquid moonlight, and she gasped as it passed through her. Every nerve in her body sang with an otherworldly energy, and the birthmark on her shoulder flared with a brilliant azure glow. As the light faded and the mists began to creep back in, Mira found herself drawn toward the impact site. The waters parted before her, steam rising that danced in patterns too perfect to be natural. At the center of it all was a crater, its edges lined with glass fused from sand and celestial fire. Within the crater lay a wonder that stole the breath from Mira's lungs. Shards of the fallen star glittered in the moonlight, each one a fragment of impossible beauty. They ranged in size from tiny slivers no larger than a grain of sand to pieces as long as her forearm. Every shard pulsed with an inner light, as if each contained a piece of the night sky itself. Mira reached out, her fingertips hovering just above one of the larger fragments. She could feel the power emanating from it, a siren song that called to something deep within her, to a part of herself she had never known existed. "Who are you?" she whispered to the star shards, not expecting an answer. But as her fingers brushed against the cool, smooth surface of the nearest fragment, a jolt of energy surged through her. Visions flashed before her eyes. A towering spire of gleaming silver, a crown adorned with stars, a woman with hair like spun moonlight reaching out to her. Mira stumbled back, heart pounding. The visions faded, but the energy remained, thrumming through her veins like liquid starlight. She looked down at her hands, marveling at the faint, silvery glow that seemed to emanate from her very skin. In that moment, as the mists of Liurnia swirled around her and the star shards glimmered with secrets untold, Mira knew that her life would never be the same. The falling star had not just changed the landscape of the lake, it had awakened something within her, something tied to a legacy she was only beginning to understand. Unbeknownst to Mira, eyes watched from the shadows of the shore. Eyes that recognized the power newly awakened in the young shepherdess and understood its significance in the grand tapestry of fate. The lands between held its breath, for the coming of the star-touched child heralded the beginning of a new chapter in its turbulent history. And as Mira gathered the glowing shards into her apron, the fractured sky above seemed to whisper of destinies reforged and cosmic balances upended. The age of the star-born shepherd had begun. Mira stumbled home, her mind reeling from the night's events. The star shards clinked softly in her apron, their weight a constant reminder of the wonder she had witnessed. As she entered her modest shepherd's hut, the familiar surroundings seemed somehow changed, as if the very air hummed with newfound energy. With trembling hands, she emptied the shards onto her table. In the dim light of a guttering candle, they glimmered with an otherworldly radiance, pulsing gently like a cosmic heartbeat. Drawn by an irresistible urge, Mira reached out to one of the larger fragments. The moment her fingers made contact, whispers flooded her mind. We are memory. We are possibility. Seek, find, unite. Visions flashed before her eyes, a kaleidoscope of images from a world before the shattering. She saw towering cities of silver and gold, their spires reaching impossibly high into a sky unmarred by fractures. Beings of grace and power, extraordinary beings, walked among mortals, wielding energies that could shape reality itself. Mira gasped, pulling her hand back. But the whispers persisted. They spoke of other shards scattered across the lands between, waiting to be found and reunited. "There are more of you," she breathed, understanding dawning in her stormy eyes. As if in response, the shards began to move, ever so slightly, aligning themselves like compass needles drawn to true north. Mira watched in awe, realizing with a start that they were responding to her thoughts, her will. Tentatively, she held out her hand, focusing on one of the smaller shards. To her amazement, it rose into the air, floating gently above her palm. A laugh of pure wonder escaped her lips, and suddenly, all the shards were airborne, dancing around her in intricate patterns. The cosmic energies emanating from the shards seemed to flow through her veins, wild and untamed. Mira found she could shape this energy, creating swirling patterns of light and shadow in the air around her. As she marveled at her newfound abilities, a floorboard creaked behind her. Mira turned around, the shards still spinning in the air. But it was too late. A dark figure loomed in the doorway, moving with unnatural speed. Before Mira could react, a heavy blow struck the base of her skull. Pain exploded through her head, and she crumpled to the floor. The last thing she saw before consciousness fled was the star shards falling around her like dying stars, their light fading as her world turned to darkness. The whispers followed her into oblivion. The star-born shepherd shall mend the broken heavens. In a castle perched high above the mists of Liurnia, Lord Casimir paced restlessly across floors, worn smooth by centuries of similar movements. His face, eternally youthful, despite the weight of ages behind his eyes, was drawn in concentration. Tapestries depicting the Erd Tree in all its glory adorned the walls, a cruel reminder of the blessing that had become his curse. Immortality. Once he had sought it as the ultimate prize, Now, after countless lifetimes, watching everyone he had ever cared for wither and die, it was a torment beyond measure. A knock at the chamber door broke his reverie. "Enter," he commanded, his voice carrying the authority of millennia. Grint, a knight whose armor bore the scars of countless battles, stepped into the room. He bowed low, the weight of his recent actions evident in the set of his shoulders. "My lord, it is done. We have the girl and the star shards she collected." Casimir's eyes lit up. "Excellent work, Grint. Tell me everything." "We found her in a shepherd's hut by the lake, as our informants suggested. She was manipulating the shards somehow, my lord, moving them through the air as if by thought alone." Casimir strode to a window, looking out over the misty expanse of Liurnia. "A shepherd girl with such power," he mused. "The Erd tree does love its ironies. No matter. Where is she now?" "In the dungeons, my lord, as you ordered. Unharmed, but securely bound. The shards are in your private study." Casimir's gaze drifted to an ancient book on a pedestal nearby, its pages yellow with age. "The star-born shepherd," he whispered. "After all these centuries, could it really be?" Turning back to Grint, Casimir's voice rang with barely contained excitement. "You've done well, Grint. Prepare her for questioning. I want to speak with her myself." As Grint bowed and turned to leave, Casimir called out, "And Grint, remember, she is not to be harmed. Her powers may be everything I have ever worked for." "Of course, my lord," Grint replied, a flicker of uncertainty passing across his face before he schooled his features and left the room. Alone once more, Casimir returned to the window. His reflection stared back at him, unchanged for centuries. Soon, he murmured, a cold smile playing across his lips. "Soon this eternal torment will end. The star shard and the star-born shepherd will be instruments of my liberation. In the castle dungeons below, Mira stirred on a cold stone floor, her head throbbing from the blow that had rendered her unconscious. As awareness slowly returned, she found herself in the dimly lit cell, her wrists and ankles bound with strange, glowing chains that seemed to dampen the cosmic energy she had so recently discovered within herself. The shards, she mumbled. Memories of swirling lights and ancient whispers flooding back. I must unite them. But the shards were gone, taken from her along with her freedom. As the reality of her situation sank in, Mira curled into herself, tears silently tracking down her cheeks. The whispers of the star shards, once so clear, now seemed distant and muffled, drowned out by the oppressive stone walls around her and the weight of an uncertain fate. Little did she know that high above, Lord Casimir was preparing to unravel the cosmic mystery she represented. A mystery that had been centuries in the making, with Mira as an unwitting pawn in a game of powers beyond her comprehension. Mira's head throbbed as she was roughly escorted into a grand chamber. Lord Casimir stood by a window, his ageless face a mask of barely contained excitement. The room was littered with arcane instruments and ancient books. At last, Casimir breathed, approaching Mira. The star-born shepherd. Do you have any idea of the power you possess? Mira met his gaze defiantly. I know enough to understand. It's not meant for you. Casimir's eyes narrowed. You don't understand. This cursed immortality. It's a torment beyond measure. Your power, combined with the star shards, could free me. He grabbed a small shard from his pocket, forcing it into Mira's bound hands. Channel its power. Show me how to break free from this eternal prison. As the shard touched Mira's skin, a surge of cosmic energy flooded through her. Her eyes rolled back, glowing with an otherworldly light. And when she spoke, it wasn't her voice that emerged. Foolish, immortal, boomed a voice, a vast and ancient voice like the cosmos itself. The cycle cannot be broken by one such as you. Casimir stumbled back, his face a mix of awe and terror. In the shadows, Grint, who had been guarding the door, stiffened in recognition of this voice. And before anyone could react further, Grint made a split-second decision. He rushed forward, striking Casimir with the pommel of his sword. The immortal lord crumpled to the ground, unconscious. "My lady," Grint said, quickly working to free Mira from her bonds. "We must leave. Now." "The shards," Mira exclaimed. "We need to take them with us." Grint shook his head grimly. "They're in another room. There's no time. More guards will be here any moment. We have to go now." As they raced through the castle's winding corridors, alarms began to sound. The clang of armored pursuit grew louder behind them. "That voice," Grint said as they ran. "The one that spoke through you. I've heard it before, years ago, when Casimir first began his obsession with the stars." They rounded a corner, but nearly collided with a woman in ornate robes. Her face partially obscured by an intricate headdress. Her eyes widened at the sight of them. "What is the meaning of this?" she demanded, her voice carrying an authority despite her evident confusion. Grint raised his sword defensively. "Stand aside. We mean you no harm, but we must pass." The woman's gaze flickered between Grint and Mira. "It is you, fleeting Lord Casimir, isn't it? The girl. She's the one they brought in earlier." Mira nodded. "Please, we need to escape. There's so much at stake." The woman held up a hand, silencing them. "I am Liza, a finger maiden of the two fingers. I came here to speak with Lord Casimir about the fallen star, but..." She paused, conflict clear on her face. "The greater will has been silent on these matters. Its indifference to our suffering has shaken my faith." Making a swift decision, Liza gestured for them to follow. "Come, I know a way out that few others are not aware of." She led them down a series of increasingly narrow and dusty corridors. The sounds of pursuit grew fainter as they descended into the bowels of the castle. They emerged into a small, circular room. Liza pressed a hidden mechanism, and a section of the wall slid away, revealing a dark tunnel. "This will lead you out beyond the castle walls," she said. Then, to their surprise, she added, "And I'm coming with you. Whatever is happening, I sense it's of cosmic importance. My duty as a finger maiden compels me to see it through." As they entered the tunnel, the stone door sliding shut behind them, Mira spoke up. "The shards. They're calling to me. We need to find the others and reunite them." Grint nodded firmly. "And we will. But first, we need to put as much distance between us and Casimir as possible." As they made their way through the dark passage, the unlikely trio, the star-born shepherd, the conflicted knight, and the questioning finger maiden, had a sense that their journey was just beginning. Behind them, in the castle that had been his prison for centuries, Lord Casimir awakened, his immortal eyes blazing with fury and determination. As dawn broke over the misty hills beyond Casimir's castle, Mira, Grint, and Liza paused to catch their breath. The castle loomed behind them, a dark silhouette against the pale sky. "Where to now?" Grint asked, his hand resting on his sword hilt. Mira closed her eyes, concentrating. The cosmic energy within her pulsed, reaching out across the lands between. "Caelid," she whispered. "A shard calls from there, pulsing with corrupted energy." Liza watched her with a mix of awe and trepidation. The two fingers never spoke of such power. What are you truly? The putrid air of Caelid assaulted their senses as they crossed its border. Twisted beasts lunged from the shadows, kept at bay by Grint's skilled swordplay. They found the shard embedded in a pulsing mass of scarlet rot. As Mira reached for it, tendrils of corruption snaked towards her. And with a cry, she unleashed a burst of cosmic energy, repelling the rot and claiming the shard. Grint watched, concern etching his features. "Your power grows, but at what cost?" Mira's skin shimmered with an otherworldly light. "I can feel it changing me," she admitted. "But we must press on." Liza studied Mira intently. The star's power to corrupt rivals its ability to create. We must be cautious. On the sun-drenched Altus Plateau, they raced against Casimir's knights, searching crumbling Erdtree ruins for the next shard. In a collapsed chamber, they found the shard nestled among ancient roots. Faded murals on the walls depicted epic battles between celestial beings, with familiar shards at the center of each conflict. "A cosmic war," Liza breathed, tracing the images, older than the Erdtree itself. Grint's eyes widened with understanding. "This is bigger than Casimir's obsession. We're part of something greater." Mira nodded, her resolve strengthening. "These shards are pieces of a key. We must reunite them, no matter the cost." The bitter cold of the mountaintops of the giants cut through their cloaks as they sought the next shard. Massive, lumbering figures watched their approach. After tense negotiations, aided by Mira's growing cosmic influence, they secured the shard. But the giants' tales of godly conflicts shook Liza's faith further. As they prepared to leave, a group of wild-eyed, frenzied flame cultists ambushed them. Grint fended them off, shouting, "More factions seek the shards. We must move quickly." Mira clutched the newly acquired shard, its power humming in harmony with the others. "The pieces are coming together," she said, her voice overlaid with cosmic resonance. "But so too are our enemies." As they fled the mountaintops, the weight of their quest and the growing threats against them hung heavy in the air. The race to reunite the shards of the fallen star had become a desperate struggle against forces that threatened to tear apart the very fabric of the lands between. The scorching heat of Volcano Manor enveloped them as they arrived, the air thick with sulfur and ash. Mira's eyes glowed with an intensity that was both awe-inspiring and unsettling. "The shard is close," she whispered. "But we're not alone." Grint nodded grimly, his sword at the ready. Casimir's men, frenzied flame cultists, who knows what else? We need to move quickly. They navigated the treacherous corridors of the manor, narrowly avoiding pools of lava and battling twisted creatures born of fire and madness. As they neared the chamber housing the shard, they encountered resistance from multiple factions, all vying for the cosmic power. In the ensuing chaos, Mira unleashed her powers in full force. Tendrils of starlight erupted from her hands, pushing back their enemies and clearing a path to the shard. The raw energy coursing through her was palpable, causing the very air to crackle with cosmic potential. As Mira claimed the penultimate shard, Grint and Liza watched with a mixture of awe and horror. Her feet no longer touched the ground, and her eyes shone with the light of distant galaxies. "Mira," Grint called out, "are you still with us?" For a moment, it seemed as if she might not respond. Then, slowly, she descended, the glow fading silently. "I'm here," she said, her voice sounding distant and strange. "But it's getting harder to hold on to myself." That night, as they made camp in a secluded cavern, the weight of their quest hung heavy in the air. Mira sat apart from the others, the shards arrayed before her, pulsing in harmony with her own cosmic energy. Grint approached her cautiously. "We're close to the end now. But at what cost to you?" Mira looked up at him, her eyes shimmering with starlight. "I don't know if I'll still be me when this is over. But it has to be done. The fate of the lands between depends on it." As Grint and Mira talked, Liza watched from the shadows. Internal conflict etched across her face. When the others finally succumbed to exhaustion, Liza made her move. With practiced stealth, Liza gathered the shards, her hands trembling slightly as she felt their power. She cast one last, regretful look at her sleeping companions before slipping out of the cavern. Outside, a steed waited. As Liza mounted, a figure emerged from the darkness, one of Casimir's knights. "You've done well," the knight said. "Lord Casimir will be pleased. The Two Fingers were right to place their trust in you." Liza nodded, unable to speak past the lump in her throat. Back in the cavern, unaware of the betrayal, Mira stirred restlessly in her sleep, cosmic energy swirling around her. The final confrontation loomed on the horizon, with the fate of the lands between hanging in the balance. In the towering spire of his castle, Lord Casimir stood before an intricate array of arcane symbols. The star shards, hovering in a perfect circle around him. Liza stood nearby, her face a mask of determination tinged with doubt. At last, Casimir breathed, his eyes gleaming with centuries of anticipation. With all the shards collected, we now have the power to break my curse, to reshape reality itself. Liza stepped forward, her voice steady despite her inner turmoil. The ritual is prepared, my lord. But the consequences... Casimir waved her concerns away. Consequences be damned. I've waited an eternity for this moment. As Liza began to chant, the shards pulsed with an increasing intensity. Casimir raised his arms, the cosmic energy cackling around him. The castle trembled, and outside, the sky began to darken. Inky tendrils of unnatural light spread across the lands between, blotting out sun and stars alike. As the darkness deepened, Casimir's laughter echoed through the castle, a sound of triumph and madness intertwined. Liza watched in growing horror as the ritual's true scope became clear. This was more than the end of a curse. It was the beginning of a cosmic cataclysm. Mira and Grint rode hard through the black gloom, their path lit only by the otherworldly glow emanating from Mira's skin. The darkness pressed in around them, alive with malevolent purpose. We're too late, Grint shouted over the wind. Casimir's begun the ritual. Mira's eyes blazed like twin stars. No, this isn't the end. It's just the beginning of the true battle. As they approached Casimir's castle, they saw they weren't alone. Frenzied flame cultists swarmed the lower levels, their mad chants rising above the chaos. Knights loyal to Casimir clashed with other factions, all vying for control of the cosmic power being unleashed. Mira and Grint fought their way through the melee, cosmic energy and steel carving a path towards the central spire. They burst into the ritual chamber to find Casimir, wreathed in starlight, Liza at his side. "You're too late, Starborn," Casimir crowed. "The power is now mine." Mira stepped forward, her feet leaving the ground. "This was never about you, Casimir. The star's power was never meant for any one being." As Mira and Casimir clashed in a spectacular display of cosmic forces, Grint found himself facing Liza. "Why?" he demanded, parrying her attack. "Why betray us?" Liza's eyes were filled with conflicted tears. "I was sent to get the rest of the shards. I was doing a duty. The old order must be preserved. The alternatives are too chaotic, too dangerous." Their battle raged on, a microcosm of the larger conflict between tradition and cosmic change. Outside, frenzied flame cultists breached the upper levels, adding their chaos to the fray. The chamber shook with the force of colliding powers. Mira and Casimir grappled for control of the star shards, each touch sending shockwaves of energy throughout the castle. The very fabric of reality seemed to warp around them. Grint, seeing an opening, disarmed Liza and pinned her against the wall. "Look around you," he shouted. "Is this the order you wanted to preserve?" Liza's resolve crumbled as she took in the scene. The madness of Casimir's ambition, the destructive zeal of the cultists, and Mira, shining like a newborn star, fighting to bring balance to forces beyond mortal comprehension. As the battle reached its crescendo, all present knew that the fate of the lands between would be decided in these next crucial moments. The star's power hung in the balance, with the potential to either heal the fractured world or tear it apart completely. As the battle reached its peak, Mira felt a sudden clarity wash over her. The whispers of the cosmos, once chaotic, now spoke with a single unified voice. She understood at last the true nature of the star and her role as the star-born shepherd. "Enough," she cried, her voice resonating with power. The fighting ceased, as all eyes turned to Mira. She hovered in the center of the chamber, star shards orbiting her in a dazzling display. The star was never meant to be a weapon or a tool, Mira explained, her voice echoing with ancient wisdom. It's a key to cosmic balance, meant to be whole. Casimir lunged for her. No, the power is mine. But his hand passed through her, as if she were made of light. Mira smiled sadly at Grint. I understand now what I must do, what I was always meant to do. With a gesture, she drew all the shards to her. The cosmic energy surged, enveloping her in a cocoon of pure starlight. As she began to reforge the star, her physical form started to dissolve. Mira, no! Grint cried out, reaching for her. Mira's voice came from everywhere and nowhere. This is not an end, but a new beginning for all of us. There was a blinding flash, and then silence. Where Mira had been, a perfect shimmering star hung in the air. It rose slowly, passing through the ceiling and into the sky above. As it ascended, the unnatural darkness receded. The fractured sky began to heal. Cosmic energies rebalancing across the lands between. In the days that followed, the lands between saw many changes. The star's ascension had ushered in a new age, one of hope and renewal. Grint, inspired by Mira's sacrifice, took up a new mantle. He traveled the land, sword in hand, protecting the weak and spreading the tale of the star-born shepherd. His eyes, once haunted by wars and betrayals, now shone with purpose. Liza, her faith transformed by what she had witnessed, began to spread a new philosophy. She spoke of a balance between cosmic order and free will, drawing from both her training as a finger maiden and the revelations of their journey. Even Lord Casimir, stripped of his immortality by the star's reforging, found a measure of peace. The weight of endless years lifted. He dedicated his remaining time to studying the cosmos, seeking understanding rather than control. Across the lands between, people looked to the newly healed sky with wonder. The legend of Mira, the star-born shepherd, spread far and wide. It was said that on clear nights, A star shone brighter than all others, a beacon of hope and a reminder of the shepherd who sacrificed everything to mend a broken world. As the land healed and life flourished anew, a delicate balance was struck between the cosmic forces and the will of mortals. The age of the star-born shepherd had dawned, bringing with it the promise of a future where the wonders of the cosmos and the potential of humanity could coexist in harmony. And somewhere, in the vast expanse of the reforged star, a consciousness that was once Mira watched over the lands between, a silent guardian of the balance she had given everything to restore. In far bygone days, in the shadowed expanse of the northern lands between, there lived a prosperous farmer known as Sir Eldred. Sir Eldred had 7 sons and 1 daughter. The youngest of these sons bore a curious name. He was called Malrin, though most gave him the nickname of Ashen, which meant he who grovels among the ashes. Perhaps Malrin deserved his name, for he was a lazy boy who never engaged in the laborious tasks on the farm like his brothers did. Instead, he wandered about in tattered clothes and with unkempt hair, his mind always filled with the tales of trolls and giants, elves and goblins. When the sun blazed hot in the long summer afternoons, and the bees droned drowsily, Malrin was content to lie in the ash heap, letting the ashes sift through his fingers as one might play with sand on the seashore, basking in the sunshine and spinning stories to himself. His brothers, toiling hard in the fields, would point at him with mocking fingers and laugh, saying how well his nickname suited him and how little use he was in the world. When they returned home from their work, they would push him about and tease him, and even his mother would make him sweep the floor, draw water from the well, fetch peats from the peat sack, and do all the little odd jobs that no one else wanted to do. Thus, poor Malrin had a rather hard life, and would often have been very miserable if it were not for his sister, who loved him very dearly. She listened patiently to all his stories, never laughing at him or calling him a liar, as his brothers did, but One day, a sorrowful event befell poor Malron. It happened that King Aldrich, the ruler of these parts, had one beloved daughter, Princess Iloria, to whom he denied nothing. Princess Iloria, in need of a waiting maid, had once seen Malron's sister standing by the garden gate as she rode by, and had taken a fancy to her. She asked her father if she might invite the girl to come and live at the castle and serve her. King Aldrich agreed at once, as he always did to any of his daughter's wishes, and so he sent a messenger to Sir Eldred's house to request that his daughter come to the castle and be the princess's waiting maid. Sir Eldred was very pleased with the good fortune that had befallen his daughter, and so was her mother, and so were her 6 brothers, all except poor Malron, who looked with wistful eyes after his sister as she rode away, proud in her new clothes and the shoes her father had made for her from cowhide, which she was to wear in the palace when she attended the princess. At home, she always ran around barefoot. Time passed, and one day a rider came in hot haste through the countryside, bearing the most terrible tidings. For the evening before, some wanderers near the lake of Liurnia had caught sight of the eld worm, which, as everyone knows, was the largest and most ancient of all serpents. It was said that this beast, in the oldest texts, was called the Leviathan, and its length could span the breadth of the northern wilderness, its head resting near the ancient ruins, and its tail touching the farthest borders of the misty swamps. The wanderers had noticed this fearsome monster had its head turned towards the inhabited lands, and it opened its maw and yawned horribly, as if to show that it was hungry, and that if it were not fed, it would ravage every living thing upon the land, both man and beast, bird and creeping thing. For it was well known that its breath was so poisonous that it consumed, as with a burning fire, everything it touched. If the terrible creature chose to lift its head and exhale its noxious vapors over the country, within weeks the fair land would be turned into a region of desolation. As you may imagine, everyone was almost paralyzed with terror. Aldrich called a solemn meeting of all his counselors and asked if they could devise any way of warding off the danger. For 3 whole days they sat in council, these grave, bearded men, and many were the suggestions made, and many the words of wisdom spoken. But, alas, no one was wise enough to think of a way by which the eldworm might be driven back. At last, at the end of the 3rd day, when everyone had given up hope of finding a remedy, the door of the council chamber opened, and Sorceress Morgana, the Queen, appeared. Now, the Sorceress Morgana was King Aldrich's 2nd wife, and she was not a favourite in the kingdom. She was a proud and insolent woman who did not behave kindly towards her stepdaughter, Princess Iloria. Instead, she spent much of her time in the company of Eldritch, the Dark Sage, a great sorcerer with whom everyone feared and dreaded. The court murmured disapprovingly as she boldly entered the council chamber and stood beside the king's chair of state. In a loud, clear voice, she addressed them thus: "You think yourselves brave and strong, O wise elders, fit to be the protectors of the people. And so it may be when facing mortal foes. But you are no match for the enemy that now threatens our land. Before it, your weapons are but straw. It is not through strength of arm, but through sorcery that he will be overcome. So listen to my words, even though they may be those of a woman, and take counsel with a great sorcerer, from whom nothing is hid, who knows all the mysteries of the earth, air, and waters of Liurnia. The king and his counselors did not like this advice, for they despised the dark sorcerer Eldritch, believing that he had way too much influence over the queen. Yet, being at their wits' end, and knowing not where else to turn for help, they reluctantly agreed to summon the sorcerer. When Eldritch appeared in their midst, they liked him none the better for his looks. He was long, thin, and awe-inspiring, with a beard that reached his knees and hair that wrapped around him like a mantle. His face was as pale as mortar, as if he had always lived in darkness and feared the light of the sun. Yet no other help was to be found. So they laid the case before him and asked what they should do. He answered coldly that he would consider the matter and return to the assembly the following day with his advice. When they heard his counsel, it was enough to turn their hair white with horror. For he declared that the only way to satisfy the monster and save the land was to feed it every Saturday with 7 young maidens, the fairest that could be found. If this remedy did not succeed in mollifying the eldworm and inducing it to depart, he hinted at a second measure, so dreadful he would not dare speak of it yet. Despite their hatred for him, they feared him as well, and the council had no choice but to abide by his words and pronounce the awful doom. And so, every Saturday, 7 fair, innocent maidens were bound by hand and foot and laid on a great stone outcropping by the lake of Liurnia. The monster stretched out its long, jagged tongue and swept them into its mouth, while the rest of the folk watched from the safety of the nearby cliffs. At least, the men watched. The women hid their faces and wept aloud. "Is there no other way?" they cried. "No other way to save this land?" But the men only groaned and shook their heads. "No other way," they answered. "No other way." Then, suddenly, a boy's indignant voice rang out among the crowd. "Is there really no grown man who would fight that monster and kill it and save the maidens? I would do it, for I am not feared of the Eldworm. It was, of course, Malrin who spoke, and everyone looked at him in amazement as he stood staring at the great serpent, his fingers twitching with rage, his eyes glowing with pity and indignation. The poor boy's mad. The sight has turned him mad, the people whispered to one another. They would have crowded around him to pet and comfort him, but his elder brother came and gave him a heavy clout on the side of the head. A likely story. Go home to thy ash pit and stop speaking nonsense, his brother said, taking Malrin's arm. He drew him back to where his other brothers were waiting, and they all went back home together. But all the while, Malrin kept saying that he meant to kill the Eldworm. Eventually, his brothers became so angry at what they thought was mere bragging that they picked up stones and pelted him so hard that he took to his heels and ran away from them. That evening, the 6 brothers were threshing corn in the barn, and Malrin, as usual, was lying among the ashes, lost in his own thoughts. His mother came out and bade him run and tell the others to come in for their supper. The boy did as he was bid, for he was a willing enough little fellow. But when he entered the barn, his brothers, still angry from the afternoon, set upon him. They pulled him down and piled so much straw on top of him that had his father not come from the house to see what was delaying them, he would have surely been smothered. At the supper, his mother quarrelled with the other lads for what they had done, calling them cowards for setting upon a smaller and younger boy. Malrin looked up from his porridge, and he said, "Worry not, mother, for I could have fought them if I liked, and I would have beaten them all too." "Why did you not do it then?" asked one of the brothers. "Because I knew that I would need all my strength when I go to fight the Eldworm," replied Malrin gravely. time passed, and every Saturday 7 women were offered to the Eldworm, until it was felt that this state of things could not continue. For soon there would be no maidens left in the kingdom. And so the elders met once more, and in their desperation they summoned the sorcerer Eldritch, the dark sage, to ask what his other remedy was. Eldritch, with a knowing look, stood before them, and, pretending to be very sorrowful, declared that the only other thing that could be done was to offer Princess Iloria to the Eldworm. Only then would it depart. A terrible stillness fell upon the council. Everyone covered their faces with their hands, for no man dared look at the king. But although Princess Iloria was the apple of his eye, King Ulrich was a just and righteous monarch. He felt it was not right that other fathers should part with their daughters to save the kingdom if his child was to be spared. And so, after speaking with the princess, he stood before the elders and declared, with a trembling voice, that both he and she were ready to make the sacrifice. "She is my only child," he said. "Yet it seems good to both of us that she should lay down her life, if by doing so she may save this land that she loves so well." Salt tears ran down the faces of the great bearded men as they heard their king's words, for they all knew how dear Princess Iloria was to him. But it was felt that what he said was wise and true, and that the thing was just and right. For 'twere better, surely, that one maiden should die, even of royal blood, than that bands of other maidens should go to their death week by week, all to no purpose. Amid heavy sobs, the aged lawman rose to pronounce the princess's doom. But before he could speak, the king's Kemperman, a warrior of great renown, stepped forward. The Eldworm is a formidable foe, he declared, and this doom, which our lawman is about to pronounce, is indeed a harsh one. If I had my way, there would be a condition attached. If the Eldworm does not depart swiftly after consuming the princess, the next offering should not be another innocent maiden, but the old sorcerer himself. At his words, a great shout of approval erupted, and the wicked eldritch seemed to shrink within himself, his face growing even paler than before. Three weeks were allowed between the time the doom was pronounced upon the princess and the time it was to be carried out. This was so the king might send ambassadors to all neighboring kingdoms to issue proclamations that if any champion could drive away the Eldworm and save the princess, he should have her for his wife. And with her, he should have the kingdom, as well as a very famous sword that was in the king's possession. A sword that had belonged to a great god, with which he had vanquished all his foes. The sword bore the name Elden Blight, and no man had any power against it. The news of these events spread over the length and breadth of the land, and everyone mourned for the fate likely to befall the princess. The farmer, his wife, and their 6 sons mourned too, all except Malrin, who sat among the ashes and said nothing. When the king's proclamation was made known throughout the neighboring kingdoms, there was a fine stir among all the young gallants, for it seemed but a little thing to slay a monster, and a beautiful wife, a fertile kingdom, and a trusty sword, and not to be won every day. So, 36 champions arrived at the king's palace, each hoping to gain the prize. But the king sent them all out to look at the Eldworm, lying in the waters of Liurnia, with its enormous mouth open. When they saw it, 12 were seized with sudden illness, and 12 were so afraid that they took to their heels and ran, never stopping until they reached their own kingdoms. Only some returned to the king's palace, and these were so downcast at the thought of the task that they had no spirit left in them at all. None dared try to kill the eldworm, so the 3 weeks passed slowly by, until the night before the day on which the princess was to be sacrificed. On that night, the king, feeling that he must do something to entertain his guests, made a great supper for them. But, as you may think, it was a dreary feast, for everyone was thinking so much about the terrible thing that was to happen on the morrow that no one could eat or drink. When it was all over, and everybody had retired to rest, save the king and his old Kemperman, the king returned to the great hall and went slowly up to his chair of state. It was not like the chairs of state that you might think of. It was nothing but a massive chest in which he kept all the things he treasured most. The old monarch undid the iron bolts with trembling fingers, lifted the lid, and took out the wondrous sword Elden Blight, which was said to have once belonged to a great god. His trusty Kemperman, who stood by him in 100 fights, watched him with pitying eyes. Why take out the sword, my lord, when your fighting days are over? You fought bravely in the past, when your arm was strong. But now, at your age, it's time to leave such work to younger men. The old king turned on him angrily, with something of the old fire in his eyes. Quiet yourself, or else I'll turn this sword on you. Do you think I can see my only child devoured by a monster and not lift a finger to try and save her when no other man will? I tell you, and I swear it with my 2 thumbs crossed on Elden Blight, that both the sword and I will be destroyed before even one hair on her head is touched. So go, if you care for me, old friend, and order my boat to be ready, with the sail set and the prow pointed out to the lake. I will go myself and fight the eldworm, and if I do not return, you must guard my cherished daughter. Perhaps my life may redeem hers. That night, everybody at the farm went to bed early. For the next morning, the whole family was to set out early to the cliffs overlooking the lake of Liurnia to see the princess given to the eldworm. All except Malrin, who was to be left at home to herd the goats. The young lad was so vexed by this, for he had great schemes in his head, that he could not even sleep. As he lay tossing and turning about in his corner among the ashes, he heard his father and mother talking in the great box bed. And as he listened, he found that they were having an argument. "It's such a long way to the cliffs overlooking the lake. I fear I'll never walk it," said his mother. "I think I should stay at home." "No," replied her husband. "That would look strange when all the countryside is to be there. You shall ride behind me on my good spectral steed." "I do not care to trouble you to take me behind," she answered. "When I want the steed to stand, I give it one clap on the left shoulder. When I would have it go like any other horse, I give it 2 claps on the right. But when I want it to fly like the wind, I whistle through the windpipe of a goose. And, as I never know when I might need to gallop like that, I always keep the bird's windpipe in the left-hand pocket of my coat." "So that's how you manage the beast," said the farmer's wife. "And that's what becomes of all my goose windpipes. Oh, you are a clever fellow, Goodman. And now that I know, I can sleep easy." Malrin was not tossing about in the ashes now. He was sitting up in the darkness, with glowing cheeks and sparkling eyes. His opportunity had come at last. He waited patiently till their heavy breathing told him that his parents were sound asleep. Then he crept over to where his father's clothes were, took the goose's windpipe out of the pocket of his coat, and slipped quietly out of the house. Once he was out, he ran like lightning to the stable. He saddled and bridled the spectral steed, threw a halter round its neck, and led it to the stable door. The good steed unaccustomed to its new groom, pranced, reared, and plunged. But Malrin, knowing his father's secret, clapped it once on the left shoulder, and it stood as still as stone. Then he mounted it, gave it 2 claps on the right shoulder, and the steed trotted off briskly, giving a loud neigh as it did so. The unwanted sound, ringing out in the stillness of the night, roused the household. The father and the 6 sons came tumbling down the wooden stairs, shouting to one another in confusion that someone was stealing the spectral steed. The father was the first to reach the door, and when he saw, in the starlight, the vanishing form of his favorite mount, he cried at the top of his voice, "Stop that thief!" When the spectral steed heard that, it pulled up in a moment. All seemed lost, for the father and his sons could run very fast indeed, and it seemed to Malrin, sitting motionless on the steed's back, that they would very soon catch up to him. But luckily, he remembered the goose's windpipe. He pulled it out of his pocket and whistled through it. In an instant, the steed bounded forward, swift as the wind, and was over the hill and out of reach of its pursuers before they had taken 10 steps more. Day was dawning when the boy came within the sight of Lake Liurnia. And there, in the water, lay the enormous monster he had come to slay. Anyone would have said he was mad to even dream of making such an attempt, for he was but a slim, unarmed youth, and the eldworm was so vast that men said it could circle the world. Its tongue was jagged at the end like a fork, and with this fork it could sweep whatever it chose into its mouth and devour it at its leisure. For all this, Malrin was not afraid, for he had the heart of a hero underneath his tattered garments. I must be cautious, he said to himself, and do by my wits what I cannot do by my strength. Malrin climbed down from his seat on the spectral steed's back, tethered the steed to a tree, and walked on, looking well about him, until he came to a little cottage on the edge of a wood. The door was not locked, so he entered and found its occupant, an old woman, fast asleep in bed. He did not disturb her, but took down an iron pot from the shelf and examined it closely. "This will serve my purpose," he said. Surely the old dame would not grudge it if she knew it was to save the princess's life. Then he lifted a live peat from the smouldering fire and made his way down to the water's edge. There he found the king's boat lying, guarded only by a single boatman, with its sails set and its prow turned in the direction of the Eldworm. "It's a cold morning," said Malron. "Are you not frozen sitting there? If you come ashore and run about to warm yourself, I will guard the boat till you return." The boatman frowned. What would the king say if he were to come? As I expect every moment he will, and find me playing myself on the sand, and his good boat left to a scamp like you. 'Twould be as much as my head is worth. "As you wish," Malron answered, beginning to search among the rocks. "In the meantime, I must look for some mussels to roast for my breakfast." After he had gathered the mussels, he began to make a hole in the sand to put the live peat in. The boatman watched him curiously, for he, too, was beginning to feel hungry. Presently, the lad gave a wild shriek and jumped high in the air. "Gold, gold," he cried. "By the name of the Earth Tree, who would have looked to find gold here?" This was too much for the boatman. Forgetting all about his head and the king, he jumped out of the boat, pushed Malron aside, and began to scrape among the sand with all his might. While he was doing so, Malron jumped into the boat, pushed off, and was half a mile out on the lake before the outwitted man, who, needless to say, could find no gold, noticed what had happened. Of course, he was very angry, and the old king was more angry still when he came down to the shore, attended by his nobles and carrying the great sword, Elden Blight. in the vain hope that he, poor old feeble man that he was, might somehow defeat the monster and save his daughter. But to make such an attempt now was beyond his power, for the boat was gone. So he could only stand on the shore, along with a fast assembling crowd of his subjects, and watch what would befall. And this was what befell. Malron, sailing slowly over the waters and watching the eldworm intently, noticed that the terrible monster yawned occasionally, as if longing for its weekly feast. As it yawned, a great flood of water went down its throat and came out again at its huge gills. So the brave lad took down his sail, pointed the prow of his boat straight at the monster's mouth, and the next time it yawned, he and his boat were sucked right in and went straight down its throat into the dark regions inside its body. On and on the boat floated, but as it went, the water grew less, pouring out of the eldworm's gills, till at last it stuck on what seemed like dry land. Malron jumped out, iron pot in hand, and began to explore. Presently, he reached the enormous creature's liver. Remembering that a beast's liver is full of oil, he made a hole in it and placed the live peat inside. Instantly, a massive fire ignited. Malron barely made it back to his boat in time, as the eldworm's violent convulsions hurled the boat out of its mouth, landing it high and dry on the shore. The chaos in the water was so intense that the king and his daughter, who had come down to the shore dressed in white, ready to be sacrificed to the monster, and all his courtiers and countryfolk, were forced to retreat to the hilltop, out of harm's way, and watch what unfolded next. The poor, distressed creature, pitied now, despite being great and cruel, thrashed about, twisting and writhing in agony. As it flung its massive head out of the water, its tongue fell out and struck the earth with such force that it created a huge dent, which quickly filled with water, forming the crooked straits that now divide Liurnia from the Altus Plateau. Then some of its teeth fell out and settled in the water, becoming small islands. When at last it was plainly seen that the eldworm was dead, the king could scarcely contain himself with joy. He put his arms round Malrin's neck, kissed him, and called him his son. He took off his own royal mantle and put it on the boy, girded his good sword Elden Bright around his waist, and called his daughter to him. He put her hand in Malrin's and declared that when the right time came, she should be his wife, and that he should be the ruler over all the kingdom. Then the whole company mounted their steeds again, and Malrin rode on the spectral steed by the princess's side, and so they returned with great joy to the king's palace. But as they were nearing the gate, Malrin's sister, who was the princess's maid, ran out to meet him and signaled to the princess to lean down and whispered something in her ear. The princess's face grew dark, and she turned her horse's head and rode back to where her father was with his nobles. She told him the words that the maiden had spoken, and when he heard them, his face too grew as black as thunder. For the matter was this: the cruel queen, full of joy at the thought that she was to be rid once of all of her stepdaughter, had been making love to the wicked sorcerer all the morning in the king's absence. "He shall be killed at once," cried the monarch. "Such behavior cannot be overlooked." "You will have trouble finding him, your majesty," said the girl, "for it is more than an hour since he and the queen fled together. But I can find him," declared Malrin, and he sped off like the wind on the spectral steed. It was not long before he came within the sight of the fugitives, and he drew his sword, and he shouted for them to stop. They heard the shout, turned around, and laughed when they saw that it was only the boy who grovelled in ashes. "The insolent brat! I will cut off his head for him. I will teach him a lesson," cried the sorcerer. And he rode boldly back to meet Malrin. For although he was no fighter, he knew that no ordinary weapon could harm his enchanted body. Therefore, he was not afraid. But he did not count on Malron having the sword of a great god, with which he had slain all his enemies. Before this magic weapon, the dark sorcerer was powerless. With one thrust, the young lad ran it through his body as easily as if he had been an ordinary man, and he fell from his horse, dead. Then the courtiers of the king, who had also set off in pursuit, but whose steeds were less fleet of foot, came up and seized the bridle of the queen's horse, leading it and its rider back to the palace. She was brought before the council, judged and condemned to be shut up in a high tower for the remainder of her life. As for Malron, when the proper time came, he was married to the princess, with great feasting and great rejoicing. And when the old king died, they ruled the kingdom for many, many a long year. Long before the shattering that sundered the lands between, there existed a realm of otherworldly beauty and unfathomed peril. The Elden Ring, a sacred artifact of immense power, held sway over this fantastical domain, and the demigods who ruled it as its vassals were beings of godlike might and ambition. But the Elden Ring was not unbreakable, and in a cataclysmic event that would come to be known as the Shattering, it was broken into fragments. The demigods, consumed by their lust for power, waged a catastrophic war that rent the very fabric of reality. In the wake of this apocalyptic conflict, the lands between fell into chaos. From the ashes of this once resplendent realm arose the tarnished. Individuals who had been banished from the lands between in ages past, now given a chance at redemption and a sentence. These outcasts, each bearing the burden of a unique curse, sought to claim the shards of the Elden Ring and restore order to the fractured world. And in a small, forgotten hamlet, nestled on the fringes of the lands between, there lived a man who had 3 sons. They were tarnished, and like their father before them, eking out a meagre existence in a world that had long since turned its back on their kind. The father once a proud knight in service to a now fallen demigod, had little left to his name save for a few handful of relics from a bygone age. But now, the three brothers had heard the call of the Elden Ring, far from beyond the misty veil that separated their exile from the lands between. And they knew that their destiny awaited them in that perilous realm. The eldest of the brothers was a warrior of unparalleled might. He was hardened by a lifetime of battle, and his spirit tempered by the forge of adversity. The second brother was a mage of arcane brilliance, his mind alight with the eldritch secrets of sorcery, and his soul attuned to the unseen currents of magic. The youngest of the brothers was a hunter, his senses sharpened to a razor's edge, and his heart imbued with an uncanny connection to the beasts of the wild. As the eldest son grew into a strapping young man, he saw the poverty that gripped his family and the hopelessness that haunted his father's eyes. He knew that there was no future for him in this desolate place. No means of making a livelihood amidst the ruins of a shattered realm. And so, he resolved to strike out on his own, to seek his fortune in the wide and perilous world beyond the hamlet's borders. And so it is said that the young man went to his father and he said, "Father, I cannot bear to see our family languish in this purgatory any longer. Grant me a spirit steed to carry me across the vast distances, a phantom wolf to hunt beside me, and a spectral hawk to soar above me. With these companions, I shall venture into the heart of the lands between and carve out a new destiny for myself." The father, his heart heavy with the knowledge of the dangers that awaited his firstborn, nonetheless knew that he could not deny him this chance. For in the lands between, even the lowliest of the tarnished could rise to greatness if they possessed the strength, cunning, and fortitude to seize it. And so, it is said he bestowed upon his son the relics he had requested: a spectral steed, a phantom wolf, and a ghostly hawk, each imbued with a fragment of the ancient magic that had once suffused the realm. With his spirit companions at his side, the eldest son set out on his journey, riding across the vast and haunted expanses of the lands between. He traversed mist-shrouded mountains and glens that echoed with the lamentations of the dead, ever seeking a path that would lead him to his destiny. But as night fell and the shadows deepened, the young man found himself lost in a thick, dark wood. The trees pressed close on all sides, the gnarled branches reaching out like clawing fingers to snatch at his spectral steed's flanks. No matter which way he turned, no path presented itself, and soon the Tarnished was forced to confront the grim reality that he was well and truly lost in this labyrinth. As the eldest son contemplated this predicament, he knew that he could not wander the haunted wood indefinitely. His spirit steed, though untiring, needed some rest, and he could feel the weight of exhaustion pressing down upon him. He resolved to find a suitable place to make camp for the night, hoping that the dawn would bring with it a clearer path. But just as he was about to dismount and tether his steed to one of the gnarled trees, a flicker of light caught his eye. It was a faint, ghostly radiance, shimmering in the distance like a will-o'-the-wisp. Intrigued, the young man urged his steed forward, picking his way through the tangled undergrowth towards the source of the illumination. And as he drew closer, the light grew stronger, and soon he found himself at the edge of a clearing that seemed to have been carved out of the very heart of this forest. In the center of this glade stood a magnificent castle, its walls of pale ethereal stone glowing with an inner light that pulsed like a living heartbeat. The windows were all lit up, casting an eerie, otherworldly radiance across the surrounding landscape. The Tarnished rode up to the great door of the castle, marveling at its intricate patterns and sigils that adorned its surface. He raised a hand to knock, the sound echoing through the stillness of the night like the tolling of a distant bell. But no answer came, and the door remained firmly barred. Undeterred, the young man raised a hunting horn to his lips and blew a long, clear note that seemed to hang in the air like a crystalline thread. It was a call to the inhabitants of the castle, a plea for shelter in the midst of this dark wood. As the echoes of the horn faded into silence, the Tarnished waited, his heart pounding in his chest. He knew not what manner of beings dwelt within this strange and wondrous keep, but he hoped they would hear his call and grant him entry. For in the lands between, even the most unexpected of encounters could hold the key to one's destiny. And the young man sensed that his fate was somehow intertwined with this enigmatic castle. As if in answer to his call, the great door of the castle swung open of its own accord, its hinges moving soundlessly despite their apparent age and weight. The Tarnish hesitated for a moment, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, before cautiously crossing the threshold into the enigmatic keep. As he passed from room to room, the young man's wonder only grew. Fires burned brightly in every hearth, casting flickering shadows across the walls adorned with intricate tapestries and ancient heraldry. The air was suffused with a faint, otherworldly scent, like the memory of incense from a long-forgotten ritual. And in the great hall, a plentiful feast was laid out upon a massive oaken table, the dishes piled high with exotic meats, strange fruits, and aromatic delicacies that he had never before encountered. Yet, despite these signs of habitation, there seemed to be not a single soul present in the entire vast castle. No servants scurried to attend to the fires or clear the tables. No nobles or courtiers strode the halls or whispered in shadowed alcoves. The castle was as silent as a tomb, save for the soft crackling of the flames and the eerie whisper of the wind beyond the walls. Perplexed but grateful for the shelter, the young man decided to lead his spectral steed to the castle's enormous stables. He tended to his mount as best he could, whispering words of reassurance to the unearthly creature, before gathering his phantom wolf and ghostly hawk and making his way to the great hall. There, he partook of the strange feast, his hunger overcoming any trepidation he might have felt at the castle's eerie emptiness. The food was unlike anything he had ever tasted, both familiar and alien all at once, and he felt a strange, tingling warmth suffusing his limbs as he ate. Once he had finished eating, the Tarnish moved to sit beside one of the great hearths, basking in the heat of the flickering flames. He began to remove his damp, travel-stained garments, laying them out to dry upon the flagstones as he pondered the mystery of this abandoned castle. For surely, he thought, there must be some purpose to his presence here, some reason why the fates had led him to this strange and wondrous place. And as he sat there, lost in contemplation, he could not shake the feeling that he was being watched by unseen eyes, and that his every move was being carefully observed and judged by forces beyond his ken. As the night grew long, and the Tarnished found himself nodding off beside the dying fire, he began to contemplate retiring to one of the bedchambers. But just as he was about to rise and make his way towards the stairs, a deep chime echoed through the hall. It was the tolling of a clock, its face set into the very stones of the wall. And as the final stroke of midnight faded into silence, a hidden door creaked open on the far side of the room. Through this portal strode a being that seemed to embody the very essence of the twisted, eldritch nature of the lands between. It was a grafted scion, a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and souls, the result of forbidden rituals and unspeakable sacrifices. Its body was a writhing mass of limbs and torsos, all fused together in a blasphemous mockery of human form. In one of its many hands, it clutched a staff of gnarled, pulsating wood, a weapon that thrummed with malevolent power. To the Tarnished's surprise, the grafted scion seemed unsurprised by his presence, as if it had been expecting him all along. It lumbered across the hall with a twisted, shambling gait, settling itself on the opposite side of the hearth and fixing its multitude of eyes upon the young man. For a long moment, it simply stared, its gaze seeming to pierce the very depths of the Tarnished soul. At last, it spoke, its voice a cacophony of whispers and moans that sent shivers down the young man's spine. Does thy spectral steed ever kick and rear? It asked. The Tarnished nodded, a flicker of unease passing through him. "Aye," he replied, "for 'tis a wild and untamed thing, born of the ghostly mists and imbued with the fury of the grave." A multi-layered grin split the grafted scion's faces. "I have some skill in taming such beasts," it said, reaching up to pluck a long, pulsating piece of tissue from its own mass of flesh. "Throw this over thy mount, and it shall trouble thee no more." Something in the creature's voice compelled obedience, and the young man found himself rising and making his way to the stables, the tissue clutched tightly in his fist. He did as the grafted scion had instructed, draping the fleshy strand over his spectral steed's neck before returning to the great hall. No sooner Had he seated himself once more, then the creature fixed him with its burning gaze once again. "And what of thy hound?" it rasped. "Does it ever bare its fangs and snap at you?" The tarnish nodded once more, a growing sense of unease coiling in his gut. "Aye," he said, "for 'tis a fierce and loyal companion, but ill-tempered and quick to anger." Again, the creature grinned, plucking another strand of tissue from its body and holding it out to the young man. "Cast this over the beast," it said, "and its fury shall be quelled." And so, feeling as though he were moving in a dream, the tarnish took the tissue and did as he was bidden, draping it over his snarling phantom wolf. But still, the creature was not done with him. "And thy hawk?" it asked, its voice now little more than a sinister whisper. "Does it ever peck and claw at thee?" Wild and untamable as the storms above. The young man could only nod, his throat tight with fear. "Aye," he managed, "for 'tis a creature of the wild winds and fierce skies, ill-suited to the confines of the hood and Jess." For a third time, the grafted scion plucked a tissue from its mass, holding it out to the tarnish with a twisted leer. "Place this upon its breast," it commanded, "and it shall trouble thee no more." With trembling fingers, the young man took the tissue and stumbled out to the courtyard where his ghostly hawk perched, draping the pulsating strand over its spectral plumage. But as he turned to make his way back to the great hall, he found the grafted scion looming over him, its multitude of eyes blazing with malevolent glee. And before the tarnished could react, the creature lashed out with its gnarled staff, striking him a blow to the temple that sent him crumpling to the flagstones. As darkness closed in around him, he saw his faithful companions, his spectral steed, his phantom wolf, and his ghostly hawk, toppling to the ground beside him, their forms going slack and lifeless, as if turned to stone. And as he slipped into unconsciousness, the young man realized the true nature of the grafted scion's power. For the creature had not merely offered to tame his unruly beasts, it had worked some dark and terrible magic upon them, stealing away their very essence and leaving them as cold and empty as the grave. And for now, it seemed, the same fate had befallen the tarnished himself, his quest cut short by the might of this twisted creature. Time passed by, And the second son, restless and unsatisfied with his lot in life, came to his father with the same request his elder brother had made. He sought a spectral steed, a phantom wolf, and a ghostly hawk, so that he might venture out into the lands between and seek his own fortune. And once again the old man, his heart heavy with the loss of his firstborn, reluctantly granted his second son's wish, bestowing upon him the same uncanny companions that had accompanied his brother. And so, the second son set out, following in his elder sibling's footsteps. And in time, he too found himself lost in the same twisted wood, the path obscured by gnarled branches and clinging mists. And like his brother before him, he was drawn to the eerie light that spilled from the windows of the ghostly castle, a promise of shelter and warmth amidst the chilling darkness. The second son entered the castle, marveling at the empty halls and the uneaten feast that lay spread out upon the table. He supped and dried his clothes by the hearth, just as his brother had done. And when the grafted scion creature appeared, the young man found himself transfixed by its malevolent gaze. The creature questioned him just as it had questioned his brother, seeking dominion over the young man's spectral companions. "Does thy steed kick and rear?" it asked. "Does thy hound bare its fangs and snap? Does thy hawk peck and claw, wild and untamed?" To each question, the second son gave the same answers as his brother had, for his companions were just as fierce and unruly. And each time, the grafted scion plucked a pulsating piece of tissue from his own flesh and handed it to the young man, commanding him to drape it over his steed, his wolf, and his hawk. The second son did as he was bidden, and took the fleshy strands and laid them upon his spectral companions. And as he did so, he felt a strange lethargy creep over him, a sense of his own will and vitality draining away. By the time he realized his peril, it was too late. The grafted scion loomed over him, its myriad of eyes gleaming with malevolent triumph. It raised its gnarled staff, and with a single, brutally efficient blow, it struck the young man down, just as it had struck down his elder brother. As darkness closed in around him, the second son saw his spectral companions crumple to the ground beside him, the grafted scion's dark magic having drained the very essence from their being. And with his last fleeting thoughts, the young man cursed his own foolishness and prayed that his youngest sibling, now the last hope of their dwindling family, would fare better than he had. And so, the second son was lost, another victim of the twisted creature that lurked within the ghostly castle. His fate, like that of his eldest brother, served only to deepen the mystery and peril that hung over the lands between. As the moons waxed and waned over the lands between, the youngest of the three brothers grew increasingly troubled by the absence of his elder siblings. They had set out on their quests long ago, seeking fortune and glory in the twisted wilds. But no word of their fates had ever returned to their father's hall. And, at last, the young man could bear the uncertainty no longer. He went to his father, now grown old and frail, and begged to leave to seek out his brothers, to bring them home, or avenge their fall. The old man, his heart heavy with grief and longing, gladly granted his youngest son's request. He bestowed upon him a spectral steed of his own, a phantom wolf to hunt at his side, and a ghostly hawk to soar above him, each creature imbued with the same uncanny power as those that had accompanied his brothers. Armed with these loyal companions and his own quick wits, the young Tarnished set out into the mist-shrouded wilderness. As night fell, he found himself standing before the same ghostly castle that had ensnared his brothers, its eerie light spilling out into the darkness of the woods. But where his siblings had been lured in by the promise of warmth and shelter, the youngest brother was wary. He liked not the emptiness of the halls, the uneaten feast laid out upon the table, and most of all, he liked not the twisted form of the grafted scion that greeted him by the hearth. When the creature questioned him about his spectral steed, the young man answered briefly and carefully, feigning agreement when the scion offered one of its own pulsating pieces of tissue to the tame beast. But instead of draping the fleshy strand over his mount, the Tarnish merely pretended to do so, keeping the tissue hidden in his hand. At the first opportunity, he cast it into the fire, where it burst into flame with a hiss. "What's that fizzling noise?" asked the grafted scion, its myriad of eyes narrowing with suspicion. "'Tis but the sap of the greenwood," the young man replied, his tone careless and unbothered, as he reached out to stroke his phantom wolf's spectral fur. The grafted scion seemed satisfied with his answer, and paid no mind to the similar sounds that followed when the Tarnish cast the tissues meant for his hound and hawk into the flames. But but the young man could feel the creature's malevolent gaze upon him, could sense its mounting frustration as he refused to succumb to its twisted magic. At last, the grafted scion could stand it no longer. Believing the tarnished to be as helpless as his brothers had been, it lunged across the hearth, its gnarled staff raised to strike a blow. But the young man had been watching, waiting for this moment. He let out a sharp, piercing whistle, and in an instant, his spectral companions sprang to his defense. His steed came thundering in from the stables, hoofs lashing out with ethereal fury. His phantom wolf leapt from its place by the fire, spectral fangs bared in a snarl. And his ghostly hawk dove from above its perch on his shoulder, talons outstretched and eyes blazing. They fell upon the grafted scion as one, a whirlwind of fang and claw and thrashing hooves, and the creature let out a howl of rage as it found itself beset on all sides. The battle was fierce but brief, and for the grafted scion, with all its might, it was no match for the combined fury of the tarnished and his loyal companions. In the end, the creature lay lifeless upon the flagstones, its gnarled staff fallen from its lifeless grasp. Breathing hard, the young man reached down and took up the staff, feeling its power thrum through his fingers. Armed with this newfound weapon and the knowledge of his brother's fate, he set out to explore the rest of the castle, determined to uncover its secrets and lay his siblings' spirits to rest. For he knew that in the lands between, even death was not always the end, and that with courage, cunning, and the strength of one's allies, even the darkest of fates could be overcome. As he delved deeper into the keep's winding passages, he found himself in a series of dark and dreary dungeons. In one of these dank cells, he discovered his two brothers lying side by side, their spirits seemingly fled from their mortal shells. But the young tarnished was not one to accept defeat so easily. He touched the gnarled staff to his brother's still forms, and in an instant, a surge of energy coursed through their bodies. Their eyes snapped open, and they sprang to their feet, life and vigor restored by the strange magic of the grafted scion's weapon. Heartened by this miraculous reunion, the three brothers pressed on, exploring the remaining dungeons with renewed purpose. In another cell, they discovered their spectral companions, the ethereal steeds, phantom wolves, and ghostly hawks that had been drained of their essence by the crafted scion's dark magic. Once again, the youngest brother touched the staff to their lifeless forms, and once again, the creatures stirred and rose, their spectral bodies suffused with renewed vitality. As they searched the final dungeons, the brothers discovered a hidden trove of treasure. Great chests filled with gold and ruins, shimmering smithing stones, and other priceless artifacts from the age before the shattering. It was a fortune beyond their wildest dreams, enough to secure their family's prosperity for generations to come. Their quest complete and their fallen companions restored, the three brothers buried the remains of the grafted scion within the castle's crumbling walls, sealing away the twisted creature's power forever. They claimed the keep as their own, a bastion of light and hope amidst the dangers of the land between. And so it is said, two of the brothers rode out to bring their aging father to this new home, where they could all live in comfort and safety, guarded by the castle's ancient magic and the strength of their own unbreakable bond. And there they remained, the tarnished brothers and their sire, the days filled with laughter and love of a family reunited. As for the youngest brother, the hero who had saved his siblings and vanquished the grafted scion, he knew that his journey was far from over. The lands between still called to him, its secrets and challenges beckoning like a siren song. Armed with the gnarled staff and the knowledge of his own strength and cunning, he set out once more into the mist-shrouded wilds, ready to face whatever trials lay ahead. And so, the tale of the three brothers comes to a close. Their legacy, secured with the reverence by the scattered survivors of the shattering. There once lived a demigod of terrible renown, said to have been a descendant of a greater outer god. This demigod was known as Valgrim, and his very name struck fear into the hearts of all who dwelt within his domain. Unlike his divine ancestor, who was said to have been a being of capricious mirth, Valgrim was a twisted, malevolent soul, his nature thoroughly corrupted by the powers that coursed through his veins. He stood as a giant, a towering figure of dread, his huge size and reputation alone enough to cow the surrounding lands into submission. From his stronghold, a grotesque, sprawling fortress of blackened stone and jagged spires, Valgrim held sway over a vast region of the lands between. His greatest pride and delight lay in the rearing of a monstrous herd of mutated swine, abominations birthed from the unholy union of flesh and primal magic. These beasts, each a towering mass of bristling fur, razor-sharp tusks, and insatiable hunger, served as a living testament to their master's cruelty and power. To manage this herd, Valgrim employed a group of beastmasters, wretched souls bound to his service by fear and dark sorcery. Yet even these hardy servants could not control the swine alone, for the beasts were as cunning as they were vicious. In this task, they were aided by the only creature that seemed to hold a place of favor in Valgrim's black heart, a great direwolf known as Fangmaw. Fangmaw was a paragon among its kind, a beast of enormous size and intelligence. His coat was a shadow cloak of deepest midnight, his eyes twin pools of molten amber that gleamed with a feral cunning. Trained by Valgrim himself, the direwolf was a loyal and lethal servant, ever quick to obey his master's darkest bidding. Under Valgrim and Fangmaw's rule, the once verdant region became a place of shadow and despair. Its people, little more to be used and discarded at the demigod's whim. Between Valgrim and Fangmaw, there existed an uncanny bond, a connection that transcended the boundaries of master and beast. It was as if some dark magic had woven their very essences together. When the demigod and his direwolf took to the field together, the very earth seemed to tremble beneath their tread, and the hearts of all who beheld them were filled with a primal, unshakable dread. One fateful day, as Valgrim strode through a verdant valley nestled in the heart of his domain, Fangmaw padding silently at his heels, they came upon a small gathering of nomads, a tribe of wanderers who eked out a meager existence on the fringes of the demigod's realm. The sight of these free folk, with their humble herd of goats and their makeshift shelters, filled Valgrim with a seething rage. In his twisted mind, the very notion that anyone dared to exist outside his iron control was an unforgivable affront, a challenge to his divine right to dominate all that lay within his grasp. With a snarled command, he unleashed Fangmaw upon the hapless nomads, his voice laced with a malevolent glee. In a flash of midnight fur and gleaming fangs, the direwolf lunged forward, a living missile of fang and claw. Fangmaw moved among the panicked goats with a savage grace, his powerful jaws snapping shut. Through it all, Valgrim looked on with a vicious smile playing upon his lips, his eyes alight with a malicious joy. He urged Vangmore on with harsh barks of encouragement. So engrossed was the demigod in his cruel sport that he scarcely noticed the approach of a solitary figure, a young maiden with hair the colour of spun gold and eyes with unshed tears. She stumbled towards him, her hands wringing in despair. At last, she flung herself at Valgrim's feet, her voice rising in a desperate plea as she begged him to call off his fell beast and spare what remained of her people's humble flock. For a moment, Valgrim regarded the girl with a mix of surprise and disdain, his brow furrowing at the audacity of this frail creature who dared to interrupt his savage revelry. Yet even in his blackened heart, there stirred the faintest flicker of intrigue, a dark fascination with the maiden's comely form, and the delicious desperation that poured from her in palpable waves. "My lord," the maiden cried out, "I beseech you, spare what remains of our flock. These humble beasts are all that stand between my father and starvation. Have mercy, I implore you, and call off your beast." Valgrim regarded the girl with a mix of astonishment. Her boldness in the face of his terrible might, a thing rarely witnessed in his grim domain. Yet, rather than stay his hand, her defiance only served to stoke the flames of his cruelty, fanning them to new and terrible heights. And with a contemptuous sneer, he lashed out with one armoured boot, catching the maiden and sending her sprawling to the ground. A sharp whistle brought Vangmore bounding back to his master's side. At Valgrim's command, the beast lunged once more into the fray, his powerful jaws snapping shut. The maiden, her body racked with sobs of grief, could only watch on helplessly as the dire wolf continued his grisly work. Yet, even in the depths of her anguish, Valgrim found himself drawn to the maiden once more. In his mind, a new and insidious desire began to take hold, a hunger that had little to do with the thrill of the hunt or the joy of the wanton destruction. Reaching down with one massive gauntleted hand, the demigod seized the maiden by the wrist, hauling her to her feet. His fingers closed around her slender frame like a vice, the metal of his armour biting into her soft, yielding flesh. Leering down at his captive prize, Valgrim let his other hand roam across her body, savouring the delicate texture of her skin But the maiden, even in the grip of her terror, possessed a fierce and unyielding spirit. With a burst of desperate strength, she wrenched herself free from Valgrim's grasp and headed towards the shelter of a nearby group of twisted trees. Valgrim, his face contorting in rictus of rage and thwarted lust, let out a bellow of fury that shook the very earth beneath his feet. Ignoring the protests of his armor, he gave chase, his thunderous strides eating up the ground between himself and his prey. Yet, for all his terrible might, the girl's desperate speed and the treacherous terrain conspired against him, allowing her to maintain a slim but steadfast lead. Realizing that he could not overtake her before she reached the dubious safety of the woods, Valgrim called once more to Fangmore, his voice harsh and laden with a terrible promise of violence. The direwolf whirled and bounded after the fleeing maiden, its powerful limbs carrying him across the distance with terrifying speed. The girl, hearing the direwolf's approach, glanced back over her shoulder, her eyes widening in stark terror as she beheld the midnight form of her pursuer. In a last, desperate gambit, she veered to the side just as Fangmore lunged at her. Scrambling in the dirt, her fingers closed around a jagged stone, and as the direwolf wheeled to strike her again, she brought the rock down upon his muzzle with all the strength born of desperation and the will to survive. Fangmore recoiled with a yelp of pain and surprise, the sudden, unfamiliar sensation of vulnerability flooding his predatory mind. Warily, he circled the fallen maiden, his fangs bared in a menacing snarl, but made no further move to attack. Even Valgrim's furious commands seemed to fall upon deaf ears, the direwolf's confidence shaken by this unexpected turn of events. Yet, the demigod's wrath could not be so easily thwarted. Closing the distance to the stricken girl in a few immense strides, he towered over her prone form. In one hand, he hefted his immense battle axe, the weapon's keen edge glinting in the fading light. With a roar of primal rage, he brought the blade down, the keen edge cleaving the maiden's skull. In an instant, the light of life fled from her eyes, her body going limp as her spirit fled its shattered mortal vessel. Valgrim, his chest heaving with exertion and his face twisted in a mask of cruel satisfaction, planted one armored boot upon her lifeless form. Turning away, he let out a sharp whistle, summoning Fangmore back to his side as he strode off into the gathering gloom. Word of the demigod's latest atrocity spread like wildfire throughout the surrounding lands. The tale of the maiden's death and the callous slaughter of her tribe's goats sent a fresh wave of terror rippling through the populace. Though Valgrim's cruelty was already legend, this new act of savagery plumbed depths of depravity that left even the most hardened souls reeling with shock and disgust. "Mark my words," whispered the people, their voices heavy with dread. "A reckoning will come for Valgrim. No beast in human form can commit such evil and escape the judgment of the gods." And though none dared speak it aloud, in the secret corners of their hearts, they clung to the faint and desperate hope that someday, somehow, the demigod would be made to pay for his wickedness, and that justice, long denied, would be at last served. And so, it is said that in the days that followed, Valgrim returned to his usual cruel regime. Each morning, he summoned his beastmasters to parade his mutated swine before him, the creatures marching in twisted pairs under the watchful eye of Fangmore. Despite their vast number, the demigod knew each beast by sight, his keen gaze appraising their growth and vigor. And on one fateful day, as the procession of abominations passed before their master, a lone boar caught Valgrim's eye, its usual companion nowhere to be seen. Enraged, the demigod bellowed for the beastmasters to double back and present the herd anew. But still, the missing beast did not appear. Rounding on Fangmore, Valgrim lashed out with a vicious kick, his armored boot crushing against the dire wolf's flank. "You grow slack in your duties," he snarled, his voice dripping with menace. "Find the stray, or face the consequences of your failure." Fangmore, his fangs bared in a submissive grimace, slunk away to obey his master's command, leaving the beastmasters to tremble beneath Valgrim's baleful glare. "Bring me the boar," the demigod growled, "or I'll flay the lot of you and leave your carcasses for the crows." As the beastmasters turned to begin their search, a mournful howl split the air. The sound of Fangmore's distress carrying across the blighted landscape. Valgrim, his curiosity piqued, set off in the direction of the noise, his immense strides outpacing his servants with ease. The sight that greeted him sent a fresh wave of fury surging through his veins. There, lying amidst the twisted roots of a gnarled tree, lay the carcass of the missing boar, a single arrow protruding from its heart. Fangmo crouched nearby, his posture a mix of fear and grim loyalty. Valgrim's roar shook the very foundations of the earth, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. "I know not whose hand loosed this shaft," he snarled, "but I swear I'll find the wretch and tear the offending limb from their body." Rounding once more on Fangmo, the demigod aimed a brutal kick at the dire wolf's ribs, his words dripping with venom. "Useless beast, you failed in your charge, and for that you'll pay." Hoisting the boar's carcass onto his broad shoulders, Valgrim stormed off. Fangmo, his spirit cowed by his master's wrath, slunk away into the shadows of the forest, seeking solace in the same lonely place where the murdered maiden had met her grim fate. Valgrim summoned his steward and issued a chilling decree. "Send forth messengers to every corner of my domain. Command every man who can draw a bow to present himself at the high cliff on the outskirts of my realm in 7 days' time. Those who dare to defy me shall face the full measure of my wrath, for I will not rest until I have found the wretch who slew my prized boar." As word of the summons spread, a palpable fear gripped the populace, each person dreading what secrets their neighbors might divulge under duress. The days crept by, and Valgrim's impatience festered, fueled by Fangmo's continued absence. Stalking his battlements, the demigod spied a familiar shape moving amidst the trees. The dire wolf, the sole creature for whom he had ever felt a glimmer of genuine affection. Valgrim called out, his voice carrying across the blighted landscape. "Fangmo, to me, you ungrateful cur." Though the dire wolf's ears pricked up in recognition, the beast remained rooted in place, refusing to heed his master's command. Enraged by this final act of defiance, Valgrim snatched up his great bow and loosed an arrow, the shaft finding its mark in Fangmo's heart. The dire wolf crumpled to the ground, his life ebbing away in the same spot where the maiden had met her doom. When the appointed day arrived, the populace gathered before their lord, trembling beneath his baleful glare. Valgrim brandished the arrow that felled his boar and bellowed. Which of you loosed this accursed shaft? Speak, and your death shall be swift. Met with only stubborn, fearful silence, the demigod's fury reached new heights. 3 times he repeated his question, and 3 times the crowd remained mute, their faces ashen with dread. So, you dare defy me? Valgrim snarled, his eyes blazing with malevolent fire. You think to shield the culprit with your silence? Then I shall loosen your tongues. Begone, all of you, but return on the morrow, each with your youngest child in tow. We shall see how many of you remain steadfast in your defiance, and your babes bear the brunt of my wrath. As the ashen-faced crowd stood paralyzed, a single voice rose above the silence. That of an aged hermit, his beard grey and his eyes filled with steely contempt. Vile tyrant, the old man spoke. What do you intend with these innocent babes? Valgrim's laughter was cruel and mocking. You dare question me, old fool? I hold the power of life and death over all in this realm. Mind your tongue, or your grey hairs shall not serve you from my anger. Undaunted, the hermit pressed on. Is that all the answer you can muster, you brutish fiend? It is all the answer your kind deserves, Valgrim spat, unless you wish to join the babes in their fate. The old man took a step forward, his gaze locked with the demigods. Heed my words, for I speak only truth. For tomorrow is the day sacred to your divine ancestor of the outer gods, is it not? Valgrim shook his head. The old man continued. If on that hallowed day you spill even a single drop of innocent blood, or cause one babe to cry out in fear, then mark me, dead or alive, you shall never set foot again within your precious stronghold. A ripple of hope passed through the gathered throng, whispers spreading of the hermit's reputed gift of foresight. Valgrim, however, merely sneered in contempt. Crawl back to your hovel, you doddering old goat. Tomorrow you shall bear witness to the fate of those who dare challenge my will. With that, the demigod turned his back on the assembly and strode away, leaving the people to dread what fresh horrors the morrow would bring. The dawn broke cold and grey, casting misery over the lands as the men trudged up the slopes of the accursed hill, each with a babe or toddler clutched tightly in their arms. In their humble dwellings, the womenfolk wailed and lamented, their hearts shattered by the grim fate that awaited their innocent children. Valgrim, perched high in his tower, gazed down upon the procession with a twisted sense of satisfaction. As the tragic assembly gathered, a flicker of surprise rippled through the crowd at the sight of the aged hermit standing before them, his eyes filled with calm determination. Moving among the huddled masses, he offered words of comfort and courage, urging them to stand firm in the face of the demigod's cruelty. "Fear not," he murmured, his voice a balm to their troubled souls, "for no harm shall befall your little ones on this day." High above, Valgrim's gaze fell upon the hermit, his presence stoking the flames of the demigod's rage. As he prepared to descend and confront the assembly, a steward burst into the chamber, falling to his knees in supplication. "My lord," he gasped, his voice trembling with fear, "I beg you show mercy. The ravens and crows, they gather in vast numbers, dark omens of impending doom. And last night I dreamt a terrible dream." His words were cut short by a vicious blow from Valgrim's armored boot. The demigod's laughter, cruel and mocking, echoed through the chamber as he aimed a second kick. Unbeknownst to Valgrim, the steward, though gravely injured, clung stubbornly to life. Hatred and fear long suppressed now boiled over in a desperate bid for retribution. Staggering to the great hall, he gathered 9 heaping mounds of straw, 9 bundles of dried heather, and 9 baskets filled with peat. With trembling hands, he built a pyre in the center of the chamber, setting it alight with a torch before fleeing into the gathering gloom, praying that his actions might somehow thwart demigod's vile deeds. And so, Valgrim made his way to the summit, his mind awhirl with visions of the carnage to come. The first tendrils of smoke began to rise from the heart of his stronghold, a harbinger of the cataclysm that was about to unfold. As Valgrim strode up the hillside, his mind consumed by thoughts of vengeance, a series of grisly discoveries shattered his focus. Barely 9 paces from his stronghold lay the lifeless forms of 9 mutated boars. 9 steps further, another 9 carcasses greeted his disbelieving eyes. This pattern repeated itself all the way to the summit. The demigod's rage mounting with each revelation until fury choked his very breath. At last, he reached the assembled throng, his voice a strangled bellow of rage. You dare defy me? By the outer gods, your blood shall paint these slopes crimson, and the birds shall feast upon your flesh. Pausing to catch his breath, Valgrim's gaze fell upon the aged hermit, standing calm and resolute before the cowering masses. You there, the demigod roared, jabbing a finger at the old man. Come forth and face me. The hermit, his voice steady and clear, replied, If you wish to speak with me, then you must come here. I do not fear you, for your power has waned. If you doubt my words, then look behind you. Valgrim, his curiosity piqued, cast a glance over his shoulder. From the heights of his stronghold, 9 tongues of lurid flame licked at the sky, while 9 columns of oily smoke billowed forth, staining the heavens. The demigod's eyes, wide with disbelief, turned crimson as he snatched up his battle axe, preparing to strike down the hermit. Yet, before the blow could land, the weapon slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground as terror drained the color from his face. Because there, materializing from the mists, stood the spectral forms of the murdered maiden and the fallen direwolf. The maiden, her visage pale and ethereal, regarded Valgrim with sorrowful eyes, while at her side, Fangmaw strained against an unseen leash, his spectral fangs bared in a snarl of righteous fury. Valgrim, his knees turning to water, stumbled backwards, his gaze locked on the advancing apparitions. The crowd, their breath held in collective anticipation, watched as the demigod's retreat carried him ever closer to the cliff's edge. Then, with a flick of her wrist, the maiden released her hold on Fangmaw's leash. The spectral direwolf lunged forward, latching onto Valgrim with a sickening crunch. The demigod, his scream cut short by the crushing grip, toppled backwards over the precipice, the phantom beast still clinging to him as they plummeted into the abyss. In the space of a heartbeat, the scene had changed. The stronghold, the demigod, and the ghostly direwolf had vanished, as if they had never been. Even the maiden had vanished, and the old hermit too, faded from sight. A great cry of joy erupted from the assembled throng as the men, their hearts overflowing with relief and gratitude, clutched their children tightly and hastened down the hillside, eager to reunite their precious babes with the waiting arms of their mothers. And so, the tale of Valgrim came to an end. The demigod's reign of terror snuffed out like a candle in the wind. In the years that followed, people would speak of this day in hushed tones, their voices filled with awe and wonder at the strange events that unfolded upon the slopes of that accursed hill. But for those who had borne witness to the demigod's fall, the memory of that fateful day would forever be etched upon their soul.